Chapter 949. Tu Xie? Young Master Tu Xie? Countless people were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at the bloodied young master and were enlightened. Young Master Tu Xie used to be the #1 young master of the Misty Continent. Many people had seen his information. No wonder they had some impression of him. They heard that he and his master, Master Evil Moon, were chased out of the Misty Continent because of Yi Qinghan. No wonder he hated Yi Qinghan so much. Swish! Young Master Tu Xie became even more furious when he saw Yi Qinghan. Although his aura was weakening, he still charged at Yi Qinghan without a care for his life. His handsome face was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot and the muscles on his face were contorted. He looked like a devil from hell. Yi Qinghan smiled disdainfully. Her powerful divine sense radiated outwards, directly locking onto Tu Xie's head. Activating the Soul Destroyer, her powerful divine sense instantly turned into millions of golden soul threads, rushing towards Tu Xie's soul sea. Once the golden soul threads entered Tu Xie's mind, Yi Qinghan revealed a mocking smile. As expected. He was right. His master, Master Evil Moon, did not have that many soul defense artifacts for him. Under the soul extinguishing technique, Tu Xie's body trembled and his speed immediately slowed down. Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely. The current Tu Xie truly did not pose any pressure to him. They were not on the same level at all. The 5 fingers on his left hand casually danced, and countless soul-poisoned jade knives soundlessly floated out, shooting straight towards Tu Xie. Ah! Tu Xie hugged his head and rolled in the air. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that his body was withering. Yi Qinghan stopped his attack. Such an opponent was boring. Tu Xie's body twitched more and more violently. His muscles became thinner and bulged. His limbs twitched and his body trembled as if he was having an epileptic fit. It was obvious that he was suffering from the side effects of using the secret technique. He tumbled from the air to the ground, knocking over countless trees and shrubs. After tumbling a few times on the ground, he shot towards the stone peaks in front of him. After smashing through countless stone peaks, he rushed back into the air. Then, it smashed heavily onto the ground. This repeated over and over again. His entire body was tormented to the point that he no longer resembled a human. It was a horrible sight to behold. Sigh, why bother? Yi Qinghan sighed and put the dragon source saber back into his spatial ring. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. It was just that this kind of trash could be killed easily. Now that he was in such a miserable state, killing him would only dirty his hands. Xiao! But while Yi Qinghan didn't want to make a move, Tu Xie didn't seem to want to let him go. After a while, just as Yi Qinghan was about to leave, Tu Xie's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he actually rushed towards him again, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan. Even though his body was convulsing, he still stubbornly charged towards Yi Qinghan. Although the god-slaying sword in Xiao Chen's hand was surrounded by mutated beast phantoms, it was clearly a little dispirited and listless. You've brought this upon yourself. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. His fingers danced, and countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shot out. At the same time, the soul exterminator was activated. But Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be satisfied. A purple light lit up, and the soul chaos was released. The dragon source saber also appeared in his hand. A huge shadow instantly blasted young Master Tu Xie, who was holding his head and rolling in the air, into minced meat. Since he was ready to kill, why would Yi Qinghan be merciful? Humph! Yi Qinghan coldly waved his hand, and kept the god-slaying sword and Tu Xie's divine crystal space ring. A supreme godly weapon that was given to him for free. All right, all of you are safe now. Just stay here obediently. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of martial artists and the young masters on the empty ground below. His gaze was like a knife, and everyone felt a stinging pain. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, and they subconsciously lowered their heads and shrank their bodies. When they looked up again, Yi Qinghan had already disappeared into the air. Damn it, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's protector is really in cahoots with Yi Qinghan. This Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan can go wherever he wants. Blood Fiend Sovereign swallowed his saliva and said with extreme jealousy. It was obvious that Tu Xie's companions had self-destructed, and Yi Ching Han had used the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictive spell to teleport away. Blood Fiend's sovereign wouldn't believe that the Soul Emperor Pavilion's protector had nothing to do with Yi Ching Han. Your Highness, don't say any more. Maybe the Soul Emperor Pavilion belongs to Yi Ching Han now. If he hears what you're saying. When the guard next to him heard this, he looked around and hurriedly said in a low voice in panic. Blood Fiend's sovereign looked at the sky, and his body trembled. He quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. Viper, Li Xiaoxia, and the others were all teleported to the 7th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Even the Misty Continent martial artists on the 1st floor were teleported here. The 7th floor wasn't very big, and it was a little crowded with thousands of people. Confucius said, "Isn't it good to have friends coming from afar?" Viper, what do you mean by that? Young Master and I, are you sure this is the 7th floor? As long as we open this door, we can enter the 8th floor? At this moment, Li Xiaoxia and a group of young masters were surrounding the door, curiously sizing it up and discussing. Viper War God had already woken up, and Yi Ching Han had appeared. His strength was frighteningly strong, and they were teleported here separately. Therefore they didn't have to worry about safety, and they started to study the legendary 7th floor. This is indeed the 7th floor, but it wasn't this poem the last time. Furthermore, there were 2 verses that were also strange questions. The last time we were here, we stayed for a long time, but we still couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. Finally, the time was up, and we were teleported out. A beautiful woman with blue curly hair said slowly. Her blue eyes were glowing, and her temperament was very noble and elegant. After Her Highness Cherry Blossom was teleported, she arrived here. With everyone's help, she was able to undo the seal on the divine crystal. She was bored right now, so she joined in the discussion. Such a strange question. I reckon only a freak like Big Brother Yi can solve it. Li Xiaoxia laughed cheekily, and his face was filled with pride. Bas! Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the air, and the restriction on it shook and gradually disappeared. Everyone was delighted, and they knew that Yi Ching Han might be coming. Swish! As expected. A green figure appeared in the sky out of nowhere, and he smiled at everyone and said, "Greetings, everyone. Yi Ching Han is late. I have made everyone wait for a long time. My apologies." Big Brother Yi. Li Xiaoxia's eyes lit up, and he yelled out while waving his hand vigorously at Yi Ching Han. "Greetings. City Lord Yi." Viper War God and Dragon War God originally wanted to address Yi Ching Han as little brother like in the past. Thinking that Yi Ching Han wasn't just stronger than them, his status and influence were also much stronger than them, they didn't dare to be too intimate and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Young Master Ni cupped his hands politely, and his expression was subconsciously filled with reverence. Young Master Cherry Blossom's sapphire blue eyes were dazzling, and he looked deeply at Yi Ching Han before smiling faintly and sending a voice transmission. "Brother-in-law, greetings." "Greetings, City Lord Yi." Before Yi Ching Han could hear young Master Cherry Blossom's voice transmission clearly, all the low-leveled martial artists of the ethereal continent knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully to Yi Ching Han. Although the 7th floor was a little crowded, almost everyone knelt down, and they sincerely knelt down. "Everyone, please rise. Big Brother Viper War God and Dragon, Little Sha, Young Master Ni, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, and all the young masters. Please wait here for a moment. Li Tian has already been killed by me, and the Blood Fiend Monarch and the rest can't stir up any trouble. This place is very safe. Please wait for a moment, and I will arrange for you to be sent out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. We will talk again later." Yi Ching Han smiled warmly and cupped his hands towards everyone. After giving a few instructions, he vanished into the sky and returned to the illusory pavilion. Everyone looked at the empty sky and looked at each other. Yi Ching Han had the ability to kill Li Tian. This point was unquestionable. However, they didn't expect that. He really dared to kill. Good. Big Brother Yi is mighty and domineering. Li Tian, that bastard, should be killed. Damn it, haha. Li Xiaoxia was the first to shout out, and the martial artists of the ethereal continent followed suit and cheered. Young Master Ni and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were slightly startled, but they were extremely convinced and gave a thumbs up. Viper War God frowned slightly. Although he was gratified that Yi Ching Han called him Big Brother Viper, which proved that he didn't misjudge Yi Ching Han, he was extremely worried for Yi Ching Han. This matter was getting out of hand. Chapter 950. In the illusory palace, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood as he looked at the beauty sala with a smile. He didn't care about the Viper Wargood's worries at all. Things had already gotten out of hand. He always did things after he made up his mind. As for things that he had already done, he would never regret it. What was the use of regretting? Could Li Tian be revived? Millions of citizens of Flame Dragon City had died. If he didn't kill Li Tian, how could he avenge himself? As for the consequences of killing Li Tian, Yi Qinghan had already considered it. Wouldn't he just have a deeper grudge with the Star Sea? It was already so deep. So what if it got deeper? Even if Star Monarch wasn't in seclusion, as long as he didn't go to Supreme Island and kill civilians and low-level martial artists, Star Monarch wouldn't stoop so low as to kill him. The King of Stars wouldn't stoop so low as to kill him. If the King of Stars didn't make a move, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't think about these things. He was thinking about the thoughts of this beautiful woman in front of him. Beauty Sala? You seem to be in a difficult position when I asked you to remove the seal on level 6. Why are you so willing to help me now? Yi Qinghan looked at the Beauty Sala gratefully. He could win today's battle, but without the Beauty Sala's help, he would suffer great losses. If he didn't teleport Her Highness Cherry Blossom away, she might die. Then, when Tu Xie's subordinate self-destructed, if she didn't help him, he wouldn't have it easy. Although he was confident that he could defeat Tu Xie, who used a secret technique to increase his strength to 7th grade War God, he would definitely be severely injured. Haha, if you win the second challenge, then you will be able to obtain some rewards from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Thus, using the spells of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to help you doesn't violate the rules set down by the Soul Emperor. Yao Ji sweetly smiled, but her face was flushed red with a hint of shyness. Yi Qinghan's brows twitched, and his heart began to ripple. The enchantress's charming and bashful expression was the most alluring. Forcefully suppressing the urge to fight with the enchantress, he rubbed his hands and said, "Can I get a reward?" "What? The 3 great treasures on level 8? The Soul Emperor's heaven-defying treasure? You can give them to me?" Yao Ji covered her mouth and giggled. "Hee hee, little man, you're dreaming. Do you think the Soul Emperor is such a generous person?" Yi Qinghan awkwardly smiled. The Soul Emperor certainly wouldn't be so generous. In the past, he had gone through untold hardships to rush through Fallen God Mountain and obtain the Divine Sword and Carefree Pavilion. In the end, Elder Lu told him that these treasures might not necessarily belong to him. He had to become a god within 50 years, or else Elder Lu would take them back. "Beauty Yao Ji, don't spoil my appetite. Tell me, what will I get? What is the challenge for the 3rd stage?" Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and asked impatiently. The enchantress nodded. Her face grew serious as she stood up and walked off the jade bed. Her voluptuous body swayed as she walked toward Yi Qinghan. She was still wrapped in a veil, covering all the private parts of her body, just like a bath towel from Yi Qinghan's previous life. However, this one was translucent. It was faintly discernible and extremely tempting. Guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion greets the young master. The enchantress walked in front of Yi Qinghan and fell to her knees. Yi Qinghan quickly hugged her and angrily said, "Enchantress, what are you doing? If you dare to do this again, I will whip you to death." Hee hee. The enchantress didn't seem to care at all. She happily laughed and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. This is the rule set by the Soul Emperor. Little man, you are now my master. From now on, I will be your slave. I hope you will take good care of me. Of course, if you cannot complete the 3rd challenge, I will still leave you and return here to wait for the next descendant of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." "Don't even think about it." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened, unwilling to accept this. A domineering expression appeared on his face. He stretched out a hand and gently grasped the enchantress's chin. He stared at her with an incomparably earnest expression and slowly said, "Listen carefully to me. You, the enchantress, are my, Yi Qinghan's person, and in death, you will be my Yi Qinghan's ghost. You are not my slave. You are my woman, my wife. In this life, you will never find a second man. I will not allow it." She could feel the insufferably arrogant arrogance in Yi Qinghan's words, his expression, and his eyes, just like an overbearing emperor. She could feel the deep affection in his eyes. As she heard him say, "You are not my slave, You are my woman, my wife. The enchantress could no longer smile. Her limpid eyes met Yi Qinghan's, as if she wanted to see through Yi Qinghan. The enchantress was the goddess in the hearts of all men in the god realm. But the enchantress race had always been the exclusive property, female slave, and pet of the supreme powerhouses of the god realm. Every time the enchantress race awakened their origins, their inherited memories would awaken in their minds. The inherited memories told her to attach herself to the strong, to be obedient to the man who attached herself to her, and to curry favor with her man at all times. Men were the heavens, and a man's words were decrees that could not be resisted. It was because of these inherited memories of the enchantress race that the enchantress race was the goddess in the hearts of all men in the god realm. Every time a woman of the enchantress race was born, the god realm would be thrown into chaos, and countless powerhouses would go crazy. She was a peerless beauty, and she had the best physique for dual cultivation. Although the 5th level of soul quietude was the best thing for soul cultivators, it was also a supreme treasure for powerhouses of the laws. This was because at the 5th level of soul quietude, the circulation of one's soul would reach a freakish speed, and comprehending the laws would be twice the result with half the effort. When the enchantress awakened her origins, it was on a small island in the Star Sea. At the time, more than a dozen venerables fought over it. In the end, the Soul Emperor tyrannically snatched it. The enchantress thought that this would be the man she would serve for the rest of her life. But the Soul Emperor wasn't interested in her, and only threw her into the dream realm. The result was that she stayed in the dream realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Although the enchantress was a member of the enchantress race, she was still a woman. When she awakened, it was the time when young girls yearned for love. The result was that the Soul Emperor gave her a cold face. Now Yi Qinghan had come. Although he wasn't as powerful as the Soul Emperor. But Yi Qinghan's domineering attitude and deep feelings caused the enchantress' heart, which had been sealed away for hundreds of thousands of years, to palpitate. The enchantress race loved powerful men the most, and they also admired domineering men the most. Perhaps Yi Qinghan wasn't too powerful at this time, but he was incomparably domineering. At the same time, his domineering attitude contained a deep tenderness and an incomparably sincere affection. How could this not move the enchantress? Not move her heart? After looking at Yi Qinghan for a long time, the enchantress's eyes slowly became wet. Tears slid down her jade-white face, dripping down her chin and onto the thin gauze covering her chest, causing the gauze covering her chest to become nearly transparent. Yi Qinghan didn't know the origins of the enchantress. At this time, he only had a feeling. This woman was very pitiful, incomparably pitiful. A woman who lived in this dream realm that was like a cold palace all year round, with no one to speak to, unable to see the outside world, unable to breathe the air of the divine realm, without sunlight, without freedom. Just how pitiful was this? Even though the enchantress began to shiver and her burning hot body rubbed against his, Yi Qinghan didn't have any lust in him. He stretched out his hands and held the enchantress's beautiful face, gently kissing the tears on her face. He warmly smiled and softly said, "Don't worry. Follow me and I will let you live a good life. I will do my best to complete the 3rd challenge and let you live the life you want, a free life." His words were very simple, very plain. But the enchantress's tears only grew more and more. Her hands tightly held onto Yi Qinghan's strong body. She didn't say a single word, only silently weeping. But these tears were incomparably hot. Chapter 951. After a long time, Yao Ji's emotions gradually recovered. She separated from Yi Qinghan and raised her head. Her face no longer had the amorous and alluring charm of the past. There was only a faint smile. This smile was like that of a spoiled wife, a little sweet, a little happy, and a little shy. There was a faint luster on her face, and her entire temperament changed. If Yao Ji had been a bewitching demon before, she was now a goddess who had fallen to the mortal world. Yi Qinghan's body shook. He didn't expect that Yao Ji's temperament would change completely and become this goddess-like temperament. At first glance, she gave off an awe-inspiring feeling of holiness, but there was also the sweetness and shyness of a little woman in her eyes. These two completely different feelings fused so perfectly, making his heart itch. He wanted nothing more than to hug her and dote on her. "All right, little Han. Let's get down to business. Your friends are still waiting." Yao Ji felt the amazement and hunger in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and joy flashed in her eyes. Even the way she addressed Yi Qinghan changed. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to fool around and became serious. Yao Ji then said, "First, let's talk about the rewards you can obtain. First, you can enter and leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion as you please. This illusory palace is under your control. In other words, you can use it however you want. Anyone can teleport in, as long as you agree. This is one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qinghan nodded. The illusory palace was one of the 3 great treasures of the 8th floor. Yi Qinghan had already guessed this. The illusory palace was a treasure that could protect the clan for any great force. With the illusory palace, the elites of the clan could be continuously produced. Although it was useless after the God Emperor tier, there were many God Emperors, and there would always be a few with outstanding talent. If there were a few venerables, then the clan would be completely awesome. Yao Ji smiled and flipped her hand. A black stone-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. However, there was a brilliance flowing on this object. Yi Qinghan's gaze was immediately attracted by this object. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the soul ring in his hand suddenly lit up. The black stone in Yao Ji's hand also lit up. The 2 objects seemed to be attracted to each other, as if they wanted to get closer to each other. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He could roughly guess what it was. The enchantress smiled and said, "The second reward is the true core of the soul ring. Soul ring core." The soul ring heart was actually a soul defense divine artifact, and it was a high-grade one at that. It wasn't just a little stronger than an ordinary soul defense divine artifact. Unless it was a soul cultivator of the venerable realm, no one would be able to harm your soul. Not even a sovereign. This is also the second of the 3 great treasures. As expected, Yi Qinghan's guess was right. The enchantress moved the black stone closer to the soul ring. Immediately, the 2 objects shone even brighter. After a dazzling light, the black stone disappeared into the soul ring, and the soul ring's shape began to change. The word soul on it gradually became blurry. The entire ring looked blurry. If it was someone with a weak soul, they would probably feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. The enchantress blinked mischievously and said, "I forgot to tell you. Little Han, your soul ring is now completely repaired. The soul ring has 2 major functions. The first is a high-grade soul defense divine artifact. The second is to instantly heal any injuries on the body. Even if the divinity crystal is cracked, as long as it isn't broken, it can be instantly repaired. Moreover, the healing airflow inside can be released. In other words, it can instantly heal the person you want to heal." F***CK. Yi Qinghan's heart thumped. He swallowed hard and touched the soul ring, feeling incredulous. What a good thing. With this thing, it was equivalent to being an unkillable cockroach. As long as the divinity crystal wasn't broken, it was equivalent to being immortal. As for the soul? Humph, in the entire immortal realm, Yi Qinghan only knew of one venerable tier soul cultivator, and that was Mo Xiao. The enchantress looked at the pleasantly surprised Yi Qinghan and also happily smiled. She waited for Yi Qinghan's mood to calm down a little before she said, "The last reward is me. In the future, wherever you go, I will go. I am the controller of the illusory palace. No matter where you are, I can let you enter the illusory palace at any time. Of course. The truth is that the Soul Emperor has arranged this so that I can supervise you. As long as you cannot complete the 3rd challenge, I will take back the soul ring and return to the illusory palace. However, I have changed my mind now. If you cannot complete the challenge at the appointed time, then the enchantress will commit suicide. I don't want to live in this place by myself anymore." The smile on Yi Qinghan's face disappeared. He took the enchantress's hand and solemnly said, "To me, having you is the most important treasure. Don't worry, I will complete the 3rd challenge in a while. This is my promise." "What is the 3rd challenge?" "To kill a person." The enchantress's expression became slightly solemn. She paused for a moment before she said, "As long as you kill this person, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will belong to you completely. The illusory palace will belong to you. The shocking wealth, countless treasures, materials will all belong to you. The Soul Emperor's heaven-defying treasure will also be yours. At the same time, you will have the chance to enter the 9th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." Yi Qinghan raised his brows and asked in a deep voice, "Kill who?" The enchantress's expression became even more solemn. She slowly said, "A supremacy. The Soul Emperor said that this supremacy's strength is estimated to have reached the peak of the supremacy realm. He is the #1 supremacy of the Star Sea's supreme island. Supremacy Li Kong. It's him? What a coincidence. Hee. Yi Qinghan sneered when he heard that. Li Kong was originally the target that he worked hard to kill in this life. He didn't expect this person to have a feud with the Soul Emperor. But the Soul Emperor said that Li Kong was the #1 supremacy under the 9th grade? Even he was not a match for him? Didn't he rely on that treasure to suppress all the supremacies? It seemed that this rumor was wrong. The enchantress laughed bitterly and interrupted Yi Qinghan's laughter. Little Han, don't be happy too early. The Soul Emperor has set a time. Starting from today, he must complete it within 100,000 years. Otherwise, if the challenge fails, the illusory palace will close again, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion will wait for the next master. Cur. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly bulged, and he almost cursed. What kind of joke was the Soul Emperor playing? 100,000 years? In the past, 100,000 years might have been very long for Yi Qinghan, but now he felt that it was too short. Even though Yi Qinghan had killed venerable flying snow, he had not actually reached the level of a god emperor. His soul had reached the level of a god emperor, and he had the strength of a 7th grade war god. However, there was still a long way for Yi Qinghan's strength to rise to the level of an ordinary supremacy. Moreover, how could a supremacy be so easy to kill? And a peak supremacy at that. More importantly, even if Yi Qinghan had reached this level of strength, would Yi Qinghan dare to kill his way to Supreme Island? Would Sovereign of Stars kill him with a slap? This challenge was tantamount to asking Yi Qinghan to defy the heavens. And in such a short time. A trap. The Soul Emperor has set a trap for me to jump into. Yi Qinghan instantly understood many things. He was like a trapped investor, walking step by step into the trap set by the Soul Emperor. Every person who came to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to search for treasures had actually fallen into the Soul Emperor's trap. Searching for treasures on the Fallen God Mountain was actually the Soul Emperor selecting people with good aptitude. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's challenges were also to select people with excellent aptitude, perception, and luck. As for that damned saying in the 7th trial, it was simply the Soul Emperor's bad taste. It was also a test of the challenger's luck. If he guessed correctly, he would enter. There were 3 challenges on the 8th level. After passing the 2nd challenge, the challenger would be given a huge pile of treasures. There was the illusory palace, the soul ring, and the enchantress of the demonic tribe. These were actually meant for the challenger to increase his strength. Finally, he would throw out his heaven-defying supreme treasure and the mysterious supreme treasure on the 9th level, making the challenger unable to stop. There was only one goal. To help him kill someone. To help him take revenge. To use his treasures, to use everything he had, to choose someone who was heaven-defying in all aspects, to groom a peerless expert, and finally, to help him take revenge. Chapter 952. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply. Although he knew that the Soul Emperor used a scheme, he had no choice. Not to mention the deep hatred between him and Li Kong. Even if it was the Soul Emperor's treasure and the mysterious 9 levels, Yi Qinghan would still give it his all. Of course, there was another reason now, for the enchantress. And now that he thought about it, the enchantress was probably a scheme laid down by the Soul Emperor. Imagine, if a person went through all kinds of hardships to obtain the Soul Ring, the Dream Palace, and the peerless beauty, the enchantress. But he knew that if he didn't kill Li Kong, these supreme treasures, this peerless beauty, would leave him forever. After 100,000 years, the enchantress would definitely develop deep feelings for this person. In order not to lose these, this person would definitely think of all ways and means to kill Li Kong. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. Whether it was the Soul Emperor's scheme or his own heart, Yi Qinghan decided not to think so much. Anyway, the matter was already settled and could not be changed. There was no use thinking so much. He sighed, looked at the enchantress and asked, "Is there hatred between the Soul Emperor and Li Kong?" "Yes." The enchantress gently pulled Yi Qinghan's hand, and said, "The Soul Emperor's wife was killed by Li Kong." "I see." Killing intent shot out of Yi Qinghan's eyes. This Li Kong must be killed, whether it was for the Soul Emperor or himself, or for Xiao He. However, Yi Qinghan did not ask too much, nor did he continue on this topic. Lord Devour would explain Xiao He's background to him. Yes, I got it. I will do my best to complete this matter. Yi Qinghan nodded, was silent for a while, and asked, "Can you see the situation outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Let's prepare to go out." "I can't see, but I can sense it. There are many people on the Soul Emperor Island other than the 8 Venerables, and there are even more people outside. Little Han, what's wrong? Do we teleport out now?" The Enchantress's eyes showed a hint of excitement. She wanted to see the outside world with her own eyes. This dream of hundreds of thousands of years was about to come true. "Don't worry. I'll go make the arrangements first." Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about danger on Soul Emperor Island. After all, those 8 supremacies weren't to be trifled with. The 8 supremacies represented the will of the 8 sovereigns. Who would dare to make a move on Soul Emperor Island? To be safe, it was better to figure out the situation first. He asked Yao Ji to teleport him to the 7th floor, then handed a teleportation jade talisman to Ilong War God and said a few words. "Let a dragon war god mix in with the martial artists of the Misty Continent, then teleport all of those low-level martial artists to the 1st floor, and finally teleport all of the martial artists to the 1st floor out." Yi Qinghan stayed on the 7th floor and chatted with Viper War God, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, Young Master Ni, and the others while he waited for news. Buzz! In the skies outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, space violently fluctuated. Then, over 10,000 martial artists appeared on Soul Emperor Island. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless gazes locked onto them. The 8 supremacies also opened their eyes immediately and locked onto the group of people in the sky. Xiao, Xiao, Feng Qi, Little Firework, and Li Shuai opened their eyes at almost the same time. Then, they shot out from their respective rooms and looked at the people in the sky, searching for familiar figures. The martial artists on the island who were waiting to watch the show also flew out from their rooms at this time, ready to watch the show. There were also countless absolute masters and the guards of the young masters who rushed out and looked around the crowd. Swish, swish. Outside Soul Emperor Island, countless dragon boats opened their barriers, and countless martial artists flew out. At the same time, countless supremacies were secretly on guard, sealing off the entire Soul Emperor Island. To the disappointment of the countless martial artists who wanted to watch the show, there didn't seem to be any interesting show to watch. More than 10,000 martial artists, almost all of them looked as if their fathers had died. Only the cultivators of the floating mist continent had smiles on their faces, filled with pride. The misty continent had obtained the ultimate treasure, and the rest had failed. Everyone instantly came to a conclusion, but Little Firework, Li Shuai, Feng Qi, and the others didn't have a hint of joy on their faces. Because they didn't see that familiar green figure. War God Long wore his war god robe and stood in the center of the misty continent martial artists, quietly observing in all directions. Little Firework and Li Shuai were stunning beauties, and War God Long saw them at a glance. He sent a sound transmission to the misty continent martial artists and everyone flew towards Little Firework. Countless absolute masters also flew towards the young masters of the various families to protect them. Of course, there were some absolute masters whose faces were ashen. They loudly questioned the martial artists of their own continents about the whereabouts of their young masters. But it was obvious that they would never see their young masters again. For a time, the island was in chaos, and there were figures everywhere. But the martial artists of the Star Sea outside did not move, and no absolute masters of the Star Sea came to look for their young masters. Big Brother Yi is fine. Miss Firework, Miss Shuai. You don't have to worry. He will come out soon. What is the situation on the island now? War God Long's sound transmission completely calmed Little Firework and the others. They quickly explained the situation on the island to War God Long, and War God Long quickly sent a message. Usually, Soul Emperor Pavilion could not send messages, but it was different now. Yao Ji had control of the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions. Almost 40,000 people went in for the treasure hunt this time, and in a short period of 25 years, the treasure hunt ended. More than 20,000 people died, and almost all the elite powerhouses were killed. On the contrary, those low-level martial artists realized that the situation was not good and immediately returned to the first layer, and they survived. Dozens of young masters and young masters died, and almost all of them were killed by Yi Qinghan. Countless absolute masters on the island had anger in their eyes, and they stared at the martial artists of the Misty Continent and the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan killed their young masters, and this hatred was huge. "Let's go." Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others did not pay attention to the guards' questions, and they all flew out of the island with gloomy faces. They felt that staying here for one more second was very sad. Go back to your own continent, this place is not fun, and never come back again." But what made Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others incomparably angry was that the Star Sea's army actually did not give way, and did not allow them to leave the island. Blood Fiend Sovereign was completely enraged, and his face was black, and his eyes were wide open as he roared, "Rush out, I want to see who dares to stop me. Could it be that they dare to kill me? Your Highness Blood Fiend, please calm down. His Highness Li Tian is dead, and Supremacy Li Kong is furious. He has already ordered that before Supremacy Li Fei arrives, no one is allowed to leave the island. Your Highness, please wait for a period of time. As long as Supremacy Li Fei arrives, he will naturally apologize and invite everyone to leave the island." A figure appeared in front of Blood Fiend Sovereign, and this supremacy was a rather famous supremacy of the Star Sea, Supremacy Xia Tian. Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others all recognized him, and Supremacy Xia Tian cupped his fists politely to everyone, and transmitted his voice to the young masters. Blood Fiend Sovereign snorted coldly, and did not dare to make trouble anymore. Supremacy Li Kong had personally ordered, and if they were to forcefully rush out, they would not be giving Li Kong any face. Li Tian was dead, and although Li Kong's actions were a bit excessive, it was pardonable. Hence, everyone led their teams, found a place, and gathered. They were very far away from the Soul Emperor Pavilion, as though they did not want to see this sad place again. "We are in trouble this time. Star Sea actually dares to seal the island. No one is allowed to leave." On the 7th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Ching Han received War God Yi Long's message, and his brows knitted tightly. Originally, he wanted to make use of the opportunity when everyone left the island to escape, but now Star Sea actually stopped Blood Fiend Sovereign and the others. They directly sealed the island. Chapter 953. What seal off the island? Star Sea wants to become enemies with the divine world? Little Shah was the first to jump up and yell angrily. However, it pulled at the wounds on his body, causing him to grin hoarsely. Viper War God's injuries had recovered a little, and his complexion was slightly better. However, at this moment, he became incomparably grave. Everyone in the 7th floor hall had a huge change in expression. However, after a slight hesitation, they all looked at Yi Ching Han with obvious worry in their eyes. Everyone present was smart. With a quick thought, they knew that this matter didn't have much to do with them. The island couldn't be sealed for a long time. After all, the young masters of the various continents would definitely riot and incite the rage of the major clans. Star Sea naturally wouldn't dare to become enemies with the divine world. Therefore, apart from the people of the ethereal continent, young Master Ni, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, and even Viper War God weren't a problem. As long as they were sure that Yi Ching Han didn't leave the island, everyone else could return to their own homes and find their own mothers. They wanted to trap Yi Ching Han on Soul Emperor Island until he died. Then they would catch a turtle in a jar. As long as Yi Ching Han couldn't escape, even if Soul Emperor Island couldn't use force, there were still countless ways to kill Yi Ching Han. Wouldn't it be easy for the entire Star Sea to deal with a martial artist? Kiki! What are you all looking at? Don't worry. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Star Sea has captured me for so many years, but am I not still alive and well? Feeling everyone's worry, Yi Ching Han waved his hand and spoke with a faint smile. His voice was very calm as though he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words entered everyone's ears, they felt that it was so heroic and unparalleled. Yi Ching Han's frail body began to expand infinitely. Viper War God, Little Shah, and the other young masters of the ethereal continent's eyes lit up at the same time. They revealed smiles on their faces. At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling and became heroic. It was as though Yi Ching Han had an invisible magic that could infinitely increase everyone's confidence. Young Master Ni's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Right now, he was completely convinced by Yi Ching Han. He stretched out a hand and raised it in the air. He smiled at Yi Ching Han and said, "Yi Ching Han, and I Yao wants to make friends with you." Pa! Yi Ching Han and young Master Ni clenched their fists tightly in the air as they looked at each other and laughed. Their hearty laughter echoed in the hall on the 7th floor. He, cousin sister really didn't misjudge this man. Looking at Yi Ching Han, who was laughing at young Master and. Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes were filled with starlight. She thought to herself, and a hint of blush and shyness appeared on her face. Xiao! Yi Qinghan suddenly flipped his hand and two weapons appeared in it. They were two swords. There was no divine light flowing on the swords, but they gave off a sense of oppression. It was as if there was an ancient desolate beast hidden in the swords. It was very terrifying. Transcendent grade divine artifact. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. Viper Battle Immortal and company were stunned for a moment before they looked at young Master and Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom with smiles. Indeed. Yi Qinghan handed the two swords to young Master and Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom respectively. He smiled faintly and said, "Young Master and young Lady Cherry Blossom have helped us greatly this time. If not for the two of you and your warriors, the outcome would be unpredictable. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope the two of you will accept it." "Haha, Brother Yi, this token of yours isn't small. I won't be pretentious. At least I can give an account when I return." Young Master picked up the divine sword and looked at the two words God Slayer on it without a care. As the descendant of a reclusive sovereign, he naturally didn't think highly of a supremacy that was banished from the misty continent. With his identity, Supremacy Evil Moon wouldn't even dare to kill him. "Many thanks, Big Brother Yi." Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom giggled as she received it. After playing with it for a while, she kept it in her interspatial ring. Both of them had transcendent-grade divine artifacts, but who would complain about having too many of them? Furthermore, both of them could bring back a transcendent-grade divine artifact. Their status in the family would greatly increase. Her Royal Highness Cherry Blossom subconsciously addressed Yi Qinghan as Big Brother Yi, leaving Yi Qinghan and Viper Battle God baffled. However, Li Xiaoxia and the rest instantly came to their senses. They winked at Yi Qinghan and secretly gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. This flower of the South Mountains would probably soon become the city lord's wife, right? Hee, here are some small items for you to play with when you have nothing to do. Yi Qinghan casually took out two interspatial rings and threw them to the two of them. Small items. Brother Yi, you are too generous. Many thanks, Big Brother Yi. Young Master and Cherry Blossom scanned with their divine senses and raised their brows at the same time. The small items that Yi Qinghan mentioned were all treasures of the divine world. For example, the water spirit pearl inside. If it was auctioned in the divine world, it would fetch at least a few trillion divine stones. Yet, Yi Qinghan had given them dozens of similar trinkets. Hee, I messed around with some in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. I'll give them to everyone to play with. Xiaoxia, don't stare at me. There are no flowers on my face. As for yours, I'll give them to you in the future. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. He looked at Li Xiaoxia and the rest who were looking at him with fiery eyes. He leisurely smiled and turned his head. Everyone burst into laughter. Li Xiaoxia and the rest were incomparably excited. Yi Qinghan had entered the 8th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, so he must have obtained many treasures. What could he give them? In truth, Yi Qinghan hadn't obtained much in the 8th level. But obtaining a Yao Ji was the same as obtaining most of the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were countless treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Besides the treasures that the Soul Emperor had instructed that they couldn't touch, the rest of the Yao Ji could be used. Yi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony. He had the Yao Ji take away all the treasures that could be moved. Although these things basically belonged to Yi Qinghan, he still felt more at ease keeping them in his interspatial ring. Things were more or less arranged. Yi Qinghan spoke with a stern expression. "All right. I'll send you out first. Young Master you and Her Highness Cherry Blossom will split up with us after we leave. If I, Yi Qinghan, can escape and ascend to the heavens, you can come to Flame Dragon City to find me in the future. I will definitely entertain you with great hospitality." All right. Young Master and Her Highness Cherry Blossom knew the severity of the matter. If they were to walk together with Yi Qinghan, they would definitely be treated as Yi Qinghan's accomplices. When that time came, it would be troublesome if they couldn't leave the island. Young Master took out a jade slip and handed it to Yi Qinghan and said, "This is a map that leads to our place. City Lord Yi, if you have the chance, you must come and be a guest." Her Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes were glistening with a conflicted expression. After a moment, she gently bit her lips, and her blue eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She seemed to have made up her mind and handed over a communication jade talisman. Her expression became extremely solemn as she said, "Big Brother Yi, if you escape, please send a message to me immediately. However, if you haven't escaped in 20 years, then you don't have to send a message to me. Please remember this. This is extremely important." Extremely important? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and saw that Her Highness Cherry Blossom was extremely serious. He wanted to ask, but it wasn't appropriate. He could only accept the communication jade talisman and reply seriously, "All right, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, I will remember this." It wasn't just Yi Qinghan. Everyone in the hall was confused. It was understandable that she would send a message to her after escaping. However, why did it have to be within 20 years? Was there a need to pay attention to this 20 years? After Her Highness Cherry Blossom finished speaking, she lowered her head and went silent. Her mood was very low, and it wasn't appropriate for everyone to ask. They could only bury this doubt in their hearts. "Young Master and I, Her Highness Cherry Blossom, I will teleport you out first. We will meet again." Yi Qinghan transmitted a message to the Yao Ji and immediately teleported Young Master Ni and Her Highness Cherry Blossom out. He then ignored everyone's doubts and teleported Li Xiaoxia and the others out as well. Chapter 954. After Young Master Ni, hundreds of subordinates, and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were teleported out, countless figures shot towards them. They were the two continents' most powerful guards that had been waiting for them outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. "Young Master, Your Highness." Although they were sure that the two were safe, the dozen or so most powerful guards were excited to see them. If the two were to die, they would not have a good time when they returned. "Uncle Ing Li, take down Huayu and the others. If they dare to resist, kill them on the spot after leaving the island." After Her Highness Cherry Blossom came out, she had already put on her helmet. Her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Her eyes were like lightning, sweeping across Huayu and the others who were kneeling on one knee like defeated roosters. Her eyes were filled with coldness. "Yes, Your Highness." "Huayu, why don't you seal your divine crystals?" A white-bearded old man among Her Highness Cherry Blossom's 7th-grade war god guards immediately shouted at Huayu and the others. He had more or less understood the situation. Although he was furious, it was not easy for him to handle without Her Highness Cherry Blossom's permission. Huayu and the others also knew that this matter could not be concealed. Therefore, once they came out, they immediately apologized to Ingli. When Her Highness Cherry Blossom came out, she quickly knelt on one knee and did not dare to say a word. They only hoped that before returning to Nanling City, Cherry Blossom would not kill them. After returning to the family trial, she would plead for mercy. Her Highness Cherry Blossom snorted coldly and ignored them. She led a group of 7th-grade guards and shot into the distance. They looked for a place to stay and investigate the situation. Young Master Ni also led his men and flew in another direction. He did not care about the divine senses that were probing from all directions. When Young Master Ni and the others were teleported out, all the martial artists inside and outside the island were alarmed. All of their divine senses scanned over immediately. Of course, it was to see if Yi Qinghan had come out. Bas. Outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was another spatial fluctuation. Then, hundreds of people were teleported out. Countless divine senses swept over without any concealment. Most of the people in the Soul Emperor Pavilion had come out. Without a doubt, these were the people from the ethereal continent. Swish! Little Firework, Li Shui Feng Qi, and dozens of others instantly shot over. They were slightly disappointed. There were many familiar faces in the ethereal continent's team, but there was no Yi Qinghan. "Greetings, young mistress." Li Xiaoxia grinned cheekily at Li Shui Although his injuries were still very serious, he was in a very good mood. The martial artists of the Floating Mist Continent were in a good mood. After all, the Floating Mist Continent had won this time, right? "Little Li Sha, why isn't Big Brother Yi out yet?" Little Fireball was a little anxious and immediately transmitted a message to Li Xiaoxia. He often went to Li Shui's place and was acquainted with this hedonistic son of the Li family. "I don't know. He'll probably be back soon." Li Xiaoxia and Venomous Snake did not know either. Thus, they could only stand there silently. They were waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear. At the same time, All the martial artists on and off the island had their divine senses locked onto this place, obviously waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear. Buzz! Space fluctuated once again, and a green and white figure appeared in the sky. However, the white figure disappeared before anyone could react. As for the azure figure, the air currents around it trembled and swayed before it also disappeared into thin air. What's going on? The people on the island and the Martial Highness realm experts outside the island were startled. They all recognized that azure figure and had a deep impression of it. It was Yi Qinghan. As for that white figure, her entire body was wrapped in a white veil. Even her face was covered. They only knew that she was a woman. Both of them disappeared? Yi Qinghan had turned invisible? Where did that white-robed woman go? Did she return to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Was she escorting Yi Qinghan out? Countless divine senses swept through the air, trying to find out how Yi Qinghan had turned invisible and if their divine senses could find any trace of him. But what made everyone and countless venerables feel incomparably discouraged was that Yi Qinghan's figure had completely disappeared without a trace. Little Fireball and the others were also surprised. Why did he disappear after appearing? Could he have returned to the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Dragon, you lead the Floating Mist Continent's people to the encampment. Wait for my orders. Dragon War God suddenly received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he immediately regained his composure. Fireball, Feng Qi, Shui, Big Brother Viper, Little Sha, don't resist. I'll bring you into the spatial divine tool. A voice transmission sounded in the ears of Little Fireball and the others again. Everyone's faces lit up with joy, but they instantly calmed down. Then their figures all disappeared into thin air. Spatial divine tool. Countless martial artists on and off the island were shocked. They knew that Yi Qinghan had begun to act. He had taken all the important figures of the Floating Mist Continent into the spatial divine tool. Then, the remaining Floating Mist Continent martial artists clearly received Yi Qinghan's orders. All the Floating Mist Continent martial artists rushed towards the encampment. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's figure once again appeared in the open space of Soul Emperor Island. Then, in a flash, he disappeared again. Countless divine senses quickly swept over but still did not find anything. After a moment, Soul Emperor Island regained its calm. It was as if Yi Qinghan had never appeared. But it was obvious that the divine senses on Soul Emperor Island had become much stronger. Big Brother Yi. War Emperor Hole. As soon as Yi Qinghan's figure appeared, Little Fireball immediately rushed over with a face full of joy. Tears fell from her face like raindrops, and she ran towards Yi Qinghan like a gust of wind. She directly threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered War Emperor Hall, a warm, fragrant and fiery body immediately fell into his arms. Looking at Little Fireball's beautiful and pure face, Yi Qinghan's heart instantly softened. This silly girl. Yi Qinghan had always known that Little Fireball had deep feelings for him. But after coming to the Star Sea, Yi Qinghan deliberately controlled his philandering heart and deliberately distanced himself from Fireball. In the mysterious spirit cave abode, he had been extremely determined to let Little Fireball go to the Flame Dragon continent and then return to the ethereal continent. He did not expect that she would come out again this time, and from the looks of it, it was especially for him. All right, Fireball, you won't be pretty anymore if you cry. Everyone is over there. Yi Qinghan stretched out a hand and patted Fireball's back. Her smooth skin made his heart flutter, and he forcibly controlled his restless heart. He stretched out his other hand and gently wiped the tears on Fireball's face. His words were full of love and tenderness. Fireball's beautiful eyes lit up. She could feel Yi Qinghan's affection from his actions and words. Her heart was incomparably happy. Yi Qinghan had never done such a gentle and ambiguous action before. Feeling the teasing gazes behind her, Fireball's pretty face turned crimson. She lowered her head in embarrassment and rubbed the corner of her clothes, looking very charming. Hello, Miss Shui. Feng Qi, long time no see. Yi Qinghan patted Fireball's shoulder and smiled at the people in the house. City Lord. Feng Qi's eyes were frighteningly bright. He knelt down on one knee in front of Yi Qinghan. His eyes were glistening with tears, as if he was recalling the tragedy of the Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan hurriedly walked over and helped Feng Qi up. He said calmly, Feng Qi, I've already killed Li Tian. I've already collected some interest from this great feud. Don't worry, one day, I'll definitely chop off Li Tian's head and offer it to our dead brothers in the Flame Dragon City. Good, good. City Lord, you're so righteous. I think our brothers will be able to rest in peace in the Netherworld realm. Feng Qi's hot tears finally flowed down his cheeks. Tears streamed down his face, and he held onto Yi Qinghan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Chapter 955. Big Brother Yi. Xiao He hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Li Shu'er waited for them to calm down before she asked. She didn't even get to see Xiao He last time they went out to sea. Although she had transformed into a human for 10 years, Li Shu'er still regarded herself as a divine beast and had no interest in men. She was always thinking about that hateful soul-devouring beast. Xiao He. Hee, Xiao He. Get out here, your wife is here. Yi Qinghan turned his head and grinned. Then, with a deep shout, a phantom image suddenly condensed in front of his chest. Xiao He was still as small as ever. However, his 2 eyes were frighteningly bright. The single horn on his head shone with a black light and his entire body radiated an invisible aura, causing Li Xiaosha and the others to feel a sense of oppression. Hee, little Shu'er, how are you? I, Lord Xiao He, have come out of seclusion. Xiao He flashed in the sky at a frightening speed, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, he stood on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and grinned at little Shu'er. Xiao He, have you eaten any immortal pills or elixirs recently? Why do I feel that your soul is so powerful? Li Shu'er looked at Xiao He's mischievous eyes and her face lit up with joy. Following that, she pouted angrily. Then, she couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Not only Li Shu'er, but many people in the hall also felt Xiao He's terrifying soul strength. It was very powerful. Hee, Xiao He's soul strength has reached the God Emperor realm. His innate ability, Soul Devourer, can instantly kill 6th grade war gods. After returning to the Misty Continent, Lord Devour said that he would immediately transform him. At that time, Lord Devour and I will personally visit. Venerable Li Quan. Yi Qinghan knew that this was Xiao He. He purposely released his soul through his eyes and body to form a kind of ethereal aura. To put it bluntly, it was to show off in front of Li Shu'er. Of course, at this moment, he had to put in a good word for Xiao He and help him maintain his image. Oh! Li Shu'er's eyes widened in shock. She thought that it would take tens of thousands of years for Xiao He to transform. She didn't expect that Xiao He would transform so soon. If Devour said that he could help him transform, it must be true. Thinking about Yi Qinghan saying that he was going to pay a visit to Venerable Li Quan, Li Shu'er immediately knew what was going on. She became bashful and shy like a firework. The way the crowd looked at Xiao He had also changed. Killing a 6th grade war god in an instant. How could this little divine beast be so awesome? The soul-devouring beast truly lived up to its reputation as a 7th grade war god the moment its soul entered the God Emperor realm. When Xiao He saw Li Shu'er's expression and everyone's gaze, his eyes lit up even more. He proudly stood up on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, raised his head and said proudly, Hee, I am Lord Xiao He. I just don't like to cultivate. This time, I just went into seclusion for a while. Next time, when I have time, I will go into seclusion again. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was speechless. Would this kid die if he didn't show off? If it wasn't Lord Devour's treasure, if it wasn't because of Yi Qinghan's luck, if it wasn't because of the top-grade strange fruit, could his soul grow so fast? Anyone who refined Lord Devour's love of the dancing butterfly and that mysterious fruit would reach the God King realm's soul. Of course, the soul-devouring beast itself was monstrous. The soul-devouring world was stronger than any other soul skill. For example, Li Tian directly swallowed his soul and his soul defense divine artifact, killing him instantly. If a God Emperor didn't have the power to protect his soul, even a 7th grade war god would be killed instantly. Seeing Yi Qinghan, Xiao He raised his brows and didn't dare to boast anymore. He chuckled and didn't say anything else. After a while, he looked at Li Shu'er, blinked his eyes, twitched his nose and started flirting with her. Brother Yi. Everyone was paying attention to Xiao He, but the Viper War God heard a special meaning in Yi Qinghan's words. He looked at him with bright eyes and said, From your tone, you seem confident that you can escape from Soul Emperor Island? And everyone's spirits were lifted, and their eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan. At this moment, The situation was so complicated that no one could think of a good solution. Unless Lord Devour came and personally picked them up, otherwise, who would dare to rush out? Yi Qinghan smiled leisurely and said with a relaxed expression, "Don't worry. I have already sent a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour will ask the Misty City to send a venerable to pick you up. As for me, you don't have to worry. Although there are so many of us, and I can't defeat them, I'm the best at escaping." Haha. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Misty City represented the Misty City Lord. If the Venerable of the Misty City came, the people of the Star Sea would definitely not dare to hold them back. Since Yi Qinghan said it so casually, and thinking of Yi Qinghan's strange invisibility ability and how nothing had happened to him after so long in the Star Sea, everyone was very confident in him. "No. Big brother Yi, I won't go back. I want to follow you." At this time, a clear voice sounded. Little Firework looked at Yi Qinghan with a resolute face. Her beautiful face was full of determination, and she would not allow anyone to refuse. "I won't go back either." Li Shui's soft voice also sounded, but she lowered her head. She didn't have the resolute look of Little Firework, and she was obviously embarrassed. "Haha. It's still early. Let's talk later. Everyone, take a rest first. I will go out and check the situation." Yi Qinghan laughed. There was still some time before the Misty City sent out their venerable. He would see the situation then. After chatting with everyone for a while and giving some instructions, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace. Soul Emperor Island was incomparably quiet. As Yi Qinghan's figure appeared, countless divine senses instantly swept over. However, Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared again. The martial artists of the Misty Continent, including those who had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and those who had rushed over later, numbered about 10,000. At this moment, stationed in a small call not far from the Soul Emperor Pavilion, War God Yilong had unsurprisingly become the leader of the army. Who would dare to disobey an order personally given by Yi Qinghan? After giving some instructions to War God Yilong, Yi Qinghan checked the surroundings and found that the Star Army had blocked off the entire Soul Emperor Island with a human wall. Countless spatial martial artists were constantly releasing the mysteries of space oscillation into the surrounding space, as if they never knew fatigue. Evasion techniques were not omnipotent. If the nearby space oscillated, the divine power on the surface of Yi Qinghan's body would be disrupted. He would immediately reveal himself. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly, revealed himself, and once again entered the War Emperor Palace. This time, Yi Qinghan did not enter the Great Hall of the War Emperor Palace. Instead, he entered the Great Hall with many mysterious diagrams and stone tablets. "Little Han, you're here." A white figure stood there calmly. Her entire body was wrapped in a white muslin dress, and her face was covered with a white silk scarf. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and her pure black hair was tied into a beautiful bun. She had a noble and elegant temperament, like a goddess above the 9 heavens. "Hee, Enchantress. I can't go out to see the scenery outside for the time being, but I think I will take you out soon." Yi Qinghan walked over and gently wrapped his arm around Enchantress's slender waist, saying somewhat apologetically. Yi Qinghan did not intend to let others know of Enchantress's identity. The guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was the Enchantress race. If news of this were to spread, Yi Qinghan feared he would attract even more powerhouses to hunt him down. Enchantress smiled faintly and took off the scarf covering her face. Yi Qinghan had already told her that the martial artists outside Soul Emperor Island were here to hunt him down. Therefore, Enchantress was not surprised that Yi Qinghan directly put her into a spatial divine tool. Enchantress only found the latter part of Yi Qinghan's words strange. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "There are many venerables outside, how will you escape?" I can't kill them, but I have some confidence in escaping. Of course, this will require Lady Enchantress's cooperation. I need to enter the 5th level of soul stillness. Yi Qinghan's lips curved up, revealing a confident expression. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he whispered, "Space is eternal, I hope you don't disappoint me." Chapter 956. Yi Qinghan always had a premonition that the eternal space would be awesome, even though this premonition was unreasonable. However, Yi Qinghan felt that if the mystery that no one in the immortal realm had been able to comprehend for billions of years was not awesome, then where was the natural order? Close, Yet worlds apart was also a mystery that no one in the immortal realm could comprehend. As a result, the natural order bestowed upon Yi Qinghan the origin energy. Even though the origin energy was not much, it was still the origin energy, the invincible origin energy. Yi Qinghan thought that as long as he could comprehend the natural order, he would be able to use the teleportation ability bestowed upon him by the natural order. With teleportation and concealment ability, where in the immortal realm could he not go? The enchantress also had a premonition, and her premonition was even stronger than Yi Qinghan's. Because Yi Qinghan did not know that when he fused with the eternal space, the natural order appeared. The enchantress also did not intend to tell him, fearing that he would be distracted. The natural order had just fused with the natural order. Yet a natural order appeared. What did this mean? It meant that the natural order was extremely powerful, powerful enough to shake the heaven and earth. How could a natural order that could shake the heaven and earth be weak after fusing with it? The enchantress was looking forward to seeing what kind of abnormal level Yi Qinghan's strength would reach after attaining the eternal realm. Therefore, when Yi Qinghan mentioned that she wanted to enter the 5th level of the soul realm, even though there were only mysterious tablets here and not a single bed, Yao Ji could only shyly say, "Here?" "Yes." "Wait a minute." Yi Qinghan also realized that there was no bed here, and it felt like he was playing in the wilderness. Even though the wilderness was exciting, the enchantress felt wronged. He thought about how his strength had increased greatly, and wondered if he could unlock the 2nd layer of the black stone seal. If he could unlock it, he would be able to open the other 3 halls. He sat cross-legged, locked on the black stone in the divine crystal, and operated his divine energy, trying to break the 2nd layer of the black stone seal. However, a moment later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in dismay. "This damn stone, I have reached such a realm, yet I still can't unlock it? Could it be that he could only open it after he became a 9th-grade war god?" Yi Qinghan gestured to Yao Ji to wait for a while. Then he directly controlled the restriction and went to the small room where the secret manuals were stored. He picked up the 2 manuals at the very top of the bookshelf and tried to open them, but he was still unable to do so. At the side, Yi Qinghan was incomparably depressed. What was this old war emperor thinking? On the other hand, he was secretly delighted. The higher the difficulty of opening it, the higher the level of the secret manual, and the greater its power. Ignoring it, he decided to wait until he reached the God Emperor realm before giving it a try. He was teleported to the main hall and chatted with the crowd for a while. Then, he had Xiao Hei entertain the crowd and take out countless delicacies and fine wine from the treasure room to entertain the crowd. He told everyone that he would be in seclusion for a period of time, at most 10 years, at least 5 years. If there was nothing important, they were not to send him a message. Although Fireworks was very reluctant, she saw that Yi Qinghan was extremely cautious. She knew that this seclusion must be very important to Yi Qinghan, so she did not ask too many questions. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness. "Fireworks, wait for my return." Yi Qinghan looked at Fireworks and faintly smiled. He transmitted his voiceover and then disappeared in front of everyone. Fireworks's body shook, and a sweet and happy smile appeared on her face. Yi Qinghan's words clearly indicated that he would accept her. She had waited for so many years and finally received a definite answer. Yao Ji saw Yi Qinghan suddenly appear, disappear, and now return. She was very interested in this War Emperor whole. The Soul Emperor was a supreme refiner, so he was very proficient in array formations. The restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were also very mysterious. As the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, although Yao Ji was not proficient, she still knew a little. When Yi Qinghan disappeared, she carefully studied it. At this time, Yi Qinghan came, and her beautiful eyes were slightly shocked. She said, "Little Han, how did you get this spatial divine tool? The restrictions here are very strong. I can't understand many of them, and I've never even seen them before." Yi Qinghan was also stunned. He originally thought that since the Soul Emperor was the supreme master of refining artifacts, he should be incomparably amazing. At the very least, in the aspect of refining artifacts, he should be incomparably amazing in the divine world. He curiously asked, "Even more amazing than the spells of the Soul Emperor Pavilion?" Yao Ji's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, "Much stronger. Although I don't know much, I have learned a bit from the Soul Emperor. I can see that the restrictions of this War Emperor Hall are much stronger than the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little Han, Can I study the restrictions here when I have the time? I like to study them. You want to study restrictions? That's easy. Wait a moment. Yi Qinghan was startled, and then he smiled. His body flashed, and he went to the small hall where the secret skills were kept. He handed the 2 books of restrictions to Yao Ji. Yi Qinghan didn't like to study these things. He found it boring, and he couldn't calm his heart. Since Yao Ji liked them, then he would let her study them. Perhaps she could learn something else, and that would be a great help to him. Yao Ji picked up the 2 books and casually flipped through them. Her expression gradually became serious. Then, she fell completely silent, no longer paying attention to Yi Qinghan. She carefully flipped through the books, fascinated. Yi Qinghan didn't like this. He looked around, took out some clothes from the treasure room, and spread them on the ground. There was no bed in the treasure room, but he had a lot of clothes. Since the situation was difficult, he had to make do with it. Yao Ji was still immersed in the vast sea of restriction knowledge. Suddenly, she felt 2 big hands reaching out from behind her. These 2 big hands slowly reached into her dress, and quietly covered her breasts. They directly pinched the 2 peaks on the mountain, and gently kneaded them. Then Yao Ji felt her whole body float up, and finally fell on the ground covered with clothes. Yao Ji's eyes suddenly widened. She saw a figure had already pressed her under him, and a big mouth covered her wildly, sucking her hard. Yao Ji didn't resist. The demon and demon tribe had a very strong desire in this aspect, and they were very easily aroused. After being touched and kissed by Yi Qinghan, her whole body softened, and she let out proud moans. The light dress fluttered in the air, and the soft moans echoed in the empty hall. As the 2 white bodies kept twisting, the cold hall was suddenly filled with spring. 8 days later, the space outside Soul Emperor Island suddenly twisted, and a figure appeared in the Star Army out of thin air. Countless Star Army immediately circulated their divine power, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. However, when this person took out a token from his interspatial ring, all the Star Army immediately perked up, and were about to greet him in unison. However, this person said coldly, "Don't move. Continue to monitor and investigate." Swish! In the next second, countless supremacies teleported over, and all of them bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Supremacy Li Fei." Li Fei's waist-length green hair was extremely eye-catching, and his face was as handsome as Li Tian's, but much more bewitching. He swept his cold gaze across everyone's face, and it was like a sharp knife slicing through everyone. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. He opened his mouth, and his voice was as cold as the wind of the netherworld, and it was bone-chilling. "Is Yi Qinghan still on the island?" "Yes, sir." Supremacy Xia Tian looked at everyone, and replied respectfully with cupped hands. They could be disrespectful to His Highness Li Tian, but they had to be respectful to Supremacy Li Fei. This was because Li Tian wasn't the young family head, but Li Fei could completely represent the Li family. In the Star Sea, the Li family represented a certain kind of formidable power. Li Fei laughed coldly, and his waist-length green hair moved without any wind, like venomous snakes. His body also released a surging killing intent, and he stared at Soul Emperor Island and said eerily, "Kill my Li family's people? I want him dead. I want everyone from the floating mist mainland who came to Soul Emperor Island this time to die." Chapter 957. Inside a giant dragon boat. Li Fei sat at the head of the hall with an expressionless face. More than 30 supremacies were seated on both sides according to their strength and reputation. All the supremacies kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Li Fei respectfully, waiting for him to speak. Li Fei wasn't just a member of the Li clan. His strength was also one of the top in the Star Sea. The reason was because he had a treasure on him. The Li clan was the most trusted clan by the Star Monarch. How could they be lacking in treasures? Li Fei was silent for a moment before speaking. His tone was still extremely cold. "Where is Li Tian's corpse? Do you know what the situation was like in the Soul Emperor Pavilion?" Supremacy Xia Tian was the leader of the supremacies. He stood up and bowed to Li Fei. "My lord, His Highness's corpse was taken away by that bastard, Yi Qinghan. When His Highness died, he was on the first floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion. At that time, there were many martial artists who saw him in the Star Sea. But the martial artists who followed His Highness to the 6th floor all died in battle. It is said that Yi Qinghan's soul has already reached the God Emperor realm. He directly used Soul Devourer to instantly kill His Highness. Boom! Li Fei slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair. The luxurious armrest instantly turned into dust. At the same time, the entire dragon boat started shaking. "My lord, please calm down." All the supremacies stood up and bowed. Although some of them were stronger than Li Fei, they had no choice but to show their respect. Li Fei let out a long sigh, and the cold look in his eyes became even more intense. He waved his hand and asked Honorable Xia Tian to gather a few of the cultivators who had been present at that time, and told them in detail what had happened at that time. Then, it became silent again. After a long time, Supremacy Xia Tian couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and asked, "My lord, the young masters and martial artists of the other continents, what do you think?" Bloodfiend Monarch and the others weren't very strong. However, they were the top young masters of the various continents. If they continued to be locked up, it would inevitably anger everyone. It would also make the forces behind them lose face. At that time, the entire divine realm would view the Star Sea as an enemy. Even the Star Monarch would be enraged. Li Fei wasn't a fool. Since he came, he naturally had to release them. He said, "Release them 5 days later. Apart from those from the Misty Continent, release everyone else. Remember to have them come out one by one and be on high alert. If we let Yi Qinghan escape this time, our patriarch will be furious." Everyone nodded in agreement, but they were slightly puzzled. Since they had decided to release him, why did they have to wait 5 days? As time passed, all the venerables understood. Over the past 5 days, countless dragon boats had once again arrived outside of Soul Emperor Island. They were vast and mighty, covering the sky and earth. In 5 days, 10 billion Star Army soldiers and powerhouses had gathered outside Soul Emperor Island, surrounding the entire Soul Emperor Island in hundreds of circles. Outside Soul Emperor Island, the Star Army was everywhere within 1,000,000 miles. What kind of concept was 10 billion experts? Just a pea from each of them could drown half of Soul Emperor Island. The entire Soul Emperor Island had become a cage. Countless martial artists on Soul Emperor Island became nervous, especially those from the Misty Continent. They felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on them and they couldn't breathe. The Star Army filled the sky and the sea, making them feel like they were a small boat in a raging sea that could capsize at any time. Looks like the Star Sea will definitely kill Yi Qinghan this time. It doesn't matter whether we give him the teleportation jade talisman or not. I wonder how Sister Lan Yu will react when she hears of his death. Say. On a small hill, Her Highness Cherry Blossom's blue eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Her pretty brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the densely packed Star Army in the distance and sighed deeply. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, please leave the island from the Eastern Sea. On behalf of Supremacy Li Fei, I express my deepest apologies for this offense. His Excellency said that once this matter is over, he will personally go to Nanling City to apologize. At this moment, a faint voice transmission sounded in Her Highness Cherry Blossom's ears. Of course, there were also countless voice transmissions ringing in the ears of the leaders of the various continents. Her Highness Cherry Blossom sighed deeply again and looked back at the encampment of the Misty Continent's army. She nodded at War God Cherry Force beside her and walked down the hill. Before long, countless martial artists began to move, each heading in a different direction and flying out of the island. Swish! Outside Soul Emperor Island, dozens of supremacies appeared at the same time. The martial artists of the space law use spatial oscillation more frequently. The 10 billion Star Army formed hundreds of encirclements around Soul Emperor Island and set up tens of thousands of checkpoints. The martial artists of the various continents flew out under the leadership of their young masters and leaders. After passing through checkpoints, it took them a full hour to walk out of the encirclement. Although the martial artists of the various continents left the island in different directions, when they finally walked out of the encirclement, they were all in the same direction. There were more than 10 supremacies in that direction. Leading them was the green-haired supremacy Li Fei. Li Fei cupped his fists and looked slightly ashamed. He bowed deeply to the crowd and said apologetically, "Everyone, I am Li Fei. Li Tian is dead, and my lord is furious. He has given a death order to kill Yi Qinghan no matter what. Therefore, under the circumstances where there is no other way, I can only inconvenience everyone. Li Fei expresses his deepest apologies. When this matter is over, I will definitely bring generous gifts and visit you one by one to make amends. Blood Fiend Monarch and the others had been circling around the encirclement for an hour and were fuming. However, when they saw the second in command of the Lee family acting in such a manner, they couldn't afford to flare up. They could only snort and casually cup their fists at Li Fei before leading their men away. The 10 billion star army once again surrounded Soul Emperor Island. The originally bustling Soul Emperor Island was now left with only a few thousand Misty Continent martial artists. Dogs *T. At the encirclement of the Misty Continent, a young master dressed in luxurious clothes roared with an incomparably gloomy expression. He looked coldly at Elong Wargod and said, "Elong, Yi Ching Han still hasn't replied?" Elong Wargod smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Lei Ming, please calm down. Young Mistress Firework has sent a message. City Lord Yi is still in seclusion. Unless something big happens, we are not to disturb him. Let's wait for a while more." Lei Ming was infuriated when he heard that. He immediately scolded. "Something big? What do you mean by something big? Isn't the current situation serious? Does it mean that we have to wait until all of us are killed before it becomes a big matter? Who does he, Yi Ching Han, think he is? Why do we have to listen to him? He caused this trouble himself. Why do we have to bear the consequences for him?" Elong Wargod was also enraged. He had already tolerated this young master Lei Ming for a long time. He was very clear about Lei Ming's identity. Wasn't he the young master of the Lei family? Perhaps in the past, Lei Ming could still be considered the first young master of the Lei family. Now that little Firework had awakened the Thunder God bloodline, he stood by the side. Furthermore, Elong Wargod had also heard that before Lei Zhen left Sealed God Valley, little Firework had almost been killed by this young master Lei Ming. Back then, Yi Ching Han and little Firework had been trapped in the Balefulline stream because of this young master Lei Ming. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of Lei Ming. At this moment, Lei Ming actually dared to scold Yi Ching Han. Of course he was angry. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Lei Ming, no one wants you to bear the consequences. No one is tying you up. My feet are on you. You can leave at any time. I won't send you off." Looking at Elong Wargod's back as he turned to leave, Lei Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. He lifted his leg several times, but when he saw the black mass of Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island, he awkwardly stopped. The coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Chapter 958. The atmosphere on Soul Emperor Island was getting more and more oppressive. It had been a whole year, and the Star Army was still surrounding Soul Emperor Island. Being stared at by countless ferocious demons all day long, the martial artists of the floating continent could be said to be restless. A sense of panic began to spread among the crowd. Yi Ching Han did not appear, nor did he send a message. Poisonous Snake, Li Xiaosha, and the other young masters did not appear either. One Dragon War God alone did not have enough reputation to convince the masses. In addition, young Master Thundercry occasionally spread a few words. The thousands of martial artists of the floating continent were anxious. But there were billions of Star Army soldiers outside. No one dared to walk out of the island. Fortunately, fighting was not allowed on Soul Emperor Island. Although everyone was anxious, they could only continue to live on the island. In fact, there was a slight disturbance within the Star Army. The martial artists of the floating continent stayed in the camp. Yi Ching Han and the others did not appear. Fighting was not allowed on Soul Emperor Island. Were they going to continue to stand guard here like idiots? Were they going to keep shooting divine power at the sky like idiots? Attack! For so many years, because of the pursuit of Yi Ching Han, the martial artists of the entire Star Sea were exhausted. That abnormal little martial artist had not only slapped them in the face countless times, but he had also dealt a heavy blow to their hearts. Was this little martial artist someone they could kill? So many people. So many time. So many supremacies. Not to mention God Kings, even supremacies were dead. Even dozens of main cities were taken down, but this little God King did not die. The supreme powerhouse supremacy Flying Snow was dead. His Highness Li Tian was dead. Countless members of the Star Army were dead. They did not know who would die next. Perhaps it would be them? Perhaps it would be Lord Li Fei? Countless people felt a deep sense of helplessness. If Yi Ching Han defeated them head-on and fought the Star Army fair and square, they were not afraid. Yi Qinghan's monstrous stealth ability, that strange ability that could kill supremacies, and this time, it was said that his soul had reached the God Emperor realm? He even entered the 8th floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion? When he was weak, so many people couldn't kill him. Now that Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased and he had also obtained the Soul Emperor's treasures, could they still kill him? Countless people actually had a negative answer in their hearts. However, what could they do? A venerable had come from the Li clan, and the #1 clan of the Star Sea was here. No one dared to say a word. They could only bury this feeling of helplessness deep in their hearts, buried in this blood-red sea water. Li Fei was also very helpless. He sat alone in the front hall of a dragon boat, staring blankly at the blood-red seawater. He had personally said in front of Li Kong that he would definitely take Yi Qinghan's head, but right now, he had no idea how to do it. If Yi Qinghan stayed on Soul Emperor Island, then what should he do? He did not dare to cause trouble on Soul Emperor Island. After all, this was a place jointly guarded by the 8 sovereigns. If he dared to break the rules, not to mention the other sovereigns, even Star Sovereign would be the first to destroy him. Annihilate the Li family. If Yi Qinghan did not come out, then there was no other way. The only way was to lure him out. Li Fei had collected information on Yi Qinghan very carefully. He knew that Yi Qinghan's greatest weakness was that he valued friendship. But Li Fei had no way to exploit this weakness. He did not dare to go to Flame Dragon City, nor the Flame Dragon continent. This kind of thing could be done once, but if he did it a second time, that crazy woman from Soul Devouring City would directly shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. The Misty Continent had 2 sovereigns. At that time, if Star Sovereign was enraged, the one to die would still be him. So Li Fei looked incomparably strong on the surface, but in his heart, there was a deep sense of helplessness. Until half a month later, Li Fei received 3 pieces of news in succession. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile, but this smile was very cold no matter how you looked at it. The first news was that the Misty Continent's law enforcement team leader, Venerable Moonchaser, had led a team of the Misty Continent's law enforcement team out of Myriad Waters Manor. They were heading east of the Star Sea. Although their speed was very slow, their goal was very clear. They were heading straight for Soul Emperor Island. The second news was that someone had transmitted a message to seek refuge with him, to the Li family. Moreover, this person was a famous powerhouse of the divine realm. The third news was a transmission from within Soul Emperor Island. Someone could not withstand the pressure and had come begging for mercy, hoping that Li Fei would spare his life. He also pointed out that they actually had a common enemy, Yi Qinghan. These 3 pieces of news seemed completely unrelated, but Venerable Li Fei found a trace of a connection between the 3 pieces of news. After sitting on the dragon boat and thinking for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he let out a hearty laugh inside the dragon boat. Half a year later, on the sea east of Soul Emperor Island, there were over a dozen giant dragon boats. These dragon boats were at least 10 times the size of the dragon boats that Yi Qinghan had been on before. In front of each dragon boat was a giant symbol. 2 black swords and a blood-red skull. This was the symbol of a pirate king. This symbol had a great deterrent force in the entire divine realm. This was not the symbol of a pirate legion. Instead, it was the symbol of the Misty Monarch. Countless people in the divine realm did not understand why the ethereal monarch would make such a symbol to represent himself. But there were still some people who understood. The ethereal monarch was originally the greatest pirate boss of the Star Sea, calling himself Pirate King Jida. After becoming a monarch, he still did not change his banner. The captain of the ethereal continent's law enforcement team, Venerable Moonchaser, had arrived. If one were to say who could best represent the ethereal monarch on the surface, it was undoubtedly Venerable Moonchaser. The ethereal continent's law enforcement team represented the will of the ethereal monarch. Therefore, although Venerable Moonchaser brought several dozen supreme powerhouses here this time, Venerable Li Fei did not dare to slack off. He personally led the Venerables out of the dragon boat to wait for Venerable Moonchaser. Venerable Moonchaser did not wear battle armor, but wore a white robe. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was as white as jade. He was like an elegant and peerless young master. He only brought 5 or 6 subordinates wearing battle armor and floated out of the dragon boat. He nodded towards Li Fei as a form of salute. His face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. He said coldly, "Li Fei, move your people away." I've come to receive someone under orders. The moment Venerable Moonchaser's words landed, the dozens of venerables on Li Fei's side all paled. Venerable Xia Tian's entire face turned the color of a pig's liver. As long as Li Fei gave the order, who cared what law enforcement team, they would be chopped down first. Li Fei's expression was also ugly. Even if he used his warm face to stick to someone's cold butt, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. But Li Fei did not dare to move, even though he had over 30 venerables and 10 billion star sea powerhouses by his side. It was fine to destroy Flame Dragon City. It was fine to kill 1 million people. But, to dare to kill Venerable Moonchaser, that was directly issuing a challenge to the ethereal monarch. At that time, everyone would have to die. It was probably because of this that Venerable Moonchaser was so arrogant. Venerable Moonchaser, if the person you want to take away is Yi Qing Han, forgive me for not letting him go. It's useless even if you kill me. In just a moment, Li Fei's expression returned to normal, but his gaze was fixed on Venerable Moonchaser, the light in his eyes abnormally resolute. Humph. Venerable Moonchaser snorted coldly, his eyes still looking towards the sky. He said with incomparable arrogance, "There's no need to receive Yi Qing Han. He will go back himself. Apart from Yi Qing Han, I'm taking away everyone else. This is Lady Dia Wu's order." Venerable Moonchaser's words were like a fierce slap to everyone's face. Moreover, the last 2 words Dia Wu were especially emphasized, his face full of cold mockery and ridicule. Chapter 959. You! Honorable Xia Tian couldn't hold it in any longer. He pointed at Honorable Wind Chaser, source energy surging from his palm. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Not only him, but almost all the Stellar Sea Honorables were enraged. Honorable Moonchaser was too arrogant. He dared to speak to them like this with more than 10 6th grade and 7th grade war gods? Did he think they wouldn't dare to make a move just because he was the representative of the ethereal sovereign? Mocking the Stellar Sea experts for not being able to capture Yi Qing Han, and using Lady Dia Wu to suppress them? Wasn't the Stellar Sea the #1 expert in the divine realm? Since when had the Stellar Sea been looked down upon like this? Back off! Honorable Li Fei forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and shouted. Honorable Xia Tian and the rest retreated indignantly, but their eyes were filled with obvious murderous intent. Fine. Honorable Li Fei was silent for a moment, then sneered and said straightforwardly, "As long as Yi Qing Han can guarantee to stay on the island when they leave, I will let them go." My lord, this. No. My lord. Honorable Xia Tian and the rest changed their expressions and voiced out one after another. If the ethereal continent experts left, leaving Yi Qing Han alone on the island, things would become even more difficult. If Yi Qing Han directly entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and went into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, would they have to foolishly wait here for hundreds of thousands of years? No need to say more. Every debt has a debtor. This matter was started by Yi Qing Han, and has nothing to do with others. Because Yi Qing Han made things difficult for others, Stellar Sea cannot afford to lose face like this. Li Fei said with a resolute expression, ignoring the opposition of the crowd. Good. The Li family is indeed a character. Honorable Moonchaser revealed a smile for the first time. He looked at Honorable Li Fei and beckoned to a 7th grade war god beside him. Zhui Ming, go into the island and tell Yi Qing Han Li Fei's intentions. A black-armored cultivator at the side performed a cupped fist salute and took the medallion from Moonchaser's hand. Then, he flew towards Soul Monarch Island. Let them pass. Li Fei nodded. Supremacy Xia Tian immediately shouted, but his face was still filled with doubt. When did Venerable Li Fei become so easy to talk to? Didn't he say that he was going to kill the entire Misty Continent? The life-chasing war god entered the island without a hitch. The martial artists of the floating continent had long since seen those huge dragon boats, especially the symbol of the Pirate King on them. They were all pumped up and came out to welcome him. Greetings, my lord. The one dragon battle god led the crowd and knelt down on one knee when they saw the medallion in the life-chasing battle god's hand. The token had the word, Misty, carved on it. It was the monarch's token. Get up. Tell Yi Qing Han to come out and see me. A faint smile appeared in the eyes of the life-chasing war god. Although his words sounded a little official, the friendliness in his words was evident. My lord, please wait for a moment. City Lord Yi is in seclusion. I will send a message to him now. The one-dragon battle god didn't dare to slack off. The Misty Continent would send people to receive them. Yi Qinghan had already informed him. Of course, he immediately contacted Yi Qinghan. In the War Emperor Palace, Little Firework and Li Shui were whispering to each other, saying some intimate words. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman on her waist vibrated. She took it out and quickly said to the sleeping Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, hurry up and call Big Brother Yi out. People from the Misty Continent are here." Xiaohei was still sleeping soundly. Li Shui saw that she couldn't take it anymore. She lifted her leg and kicked at Xiaohei's butt, causing Xiaohei to flip a few rounds in the air. Xiaohei looked at the crowd with sleepy eyes and said angrily, Who dares to attack me, Lord Xiaohei? Do you want to die?" The crowd burst into laughter. Li Shui looked embarrassed. She lifted her leg and was about to kick. She said angrily, "I kicked him? What? Are you not convinced?" Xiaohei was aggressive just a moment ago, but he immediately turned from a ferocious tiger to a sickly cat. He grinned and said, Haha, little Shui. That's not what I meant. Haha, today's weather. Ha ha ha. Looking at Xiaohei, Firework smiled. Before Yi Qinghan went into seclusion, he had given her a communication jade talisman. If something big happened or people from the Misty Continent were here, she could ask Xiaohei to inform him immediately. She didn't dare to waste any more time and immediately said to Xiaohei, "Hurry up and contact Big Brother Yi. People from the Misty Continent are here." Xiaohei had also received instructions from Yi Qinghan. He quickly put on a serious expression and started to send a soul message to Yi Qinghan. Bas. Yi Qinghan appeared not long after. With a faint smile on his face, he cupped his hands to the crowd. Finally, he looked at Firework and said, "People from the Misty Continent are here? How long have I been in seclusion?" Big Brother Yi, War God Elong sent a message. "You have been in seclusion for 1.5 years. When Yi Qinghan appeared, Firework's face was full of joy. She thought that people from the Misty Continent were here and that everyone could be saved. As long as they returned to the Misty Continent, it would be their world. The warriors in the Star Sea wouldn't dare to attack the Misty Continent, right? 1.5 years? How could it be so long?" Yi Qinghan frowned. If they had used the teleportation formation to get here from the Misty Continent, it would have taken less than 2 months. But now, they only arrived after 1.5 years? If Lord Devour hadn't sent a message to him, he would have suspected that something was wrong. After giving some instructions to the crowd, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Imperial Palace. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared, countless divine senses and gazes instantly swept over him. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless and immediately hid. Then he locked on Soul-Chasing Saint in front of War God Elong and said, "Yi Qinghan greets Lord. If you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you." The situation is unclear, so Yi Qinghan can only be careful. "Please forgive me, Lord." "Hee, City Lord Yi, you are too polite. I don't dare to call you Lord." Although Soul-Chasing Saint was a captain of the law enforcement team, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Yi Qinghan. He cupped his hands in the direction where Yi Qinghan hid, but he was extremely shocked. This City Lord Yi was exactly as the rumors said. He could turn invisible in an instant. Even when he sent a message to me, I couldn't lock on to him. Facing the air, Soul-Chasing Saint explained the situation quickly. Then, he pointed at the countless massive dragon boats in the distance and smiled. "City Lord Yi, don't worry. The captain will lead the team personally. Madame Dia Wu has given the order. I think no one dares to mess around. We will escort all of you back to the continent safely." Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. He had just begged Lord Devour to send the Misty City's team. He didn't expect that the Misty City would be so cautious as to send the captain of the law enforcement team, Moonchaser Saint. The 7 great law enforcement teams of the divine world represented the 7 sovereigns. Who dared to attack them? Of course it was safe. Good. Lord Soul-Chasing Saint, please send a message to Moonchaser Saint. We will do as he says. Wait a moment. I'm going to bring some people out. Yi Qinghan was resolute. After sending the message to Soul-Chasing Saint, he flashed into the War Imperial Palace to tell the others the news. What? I'm not going back? I want to be with you. Even if I have to die, I want to be with you. Little Firework didn't want it anymore. Her beautiful face reddened, and her pink horns sparkled with electric sparks. Her face was strangely resolute. Yi Qinghan forced a smile, walking over. He didn't care about the other's eyes. He gently held Firework's waist and whispered in her ear, "Firework, listen to me. Wait for me to come back. I will marry you." Firework shook her head as she wanted to say something. However, she didn't expect that Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding her waist shook and sealed her divine crystal. At the same time, his other hand pressed on the back of Firework's head. Firework fainted in his embrace. Viper de Ge, Miss Shui, Feng Qi de Ge. Please take care of Firework. Xiaohei, you and Shui, should go back. Wait for me in the soul-devouring city. Don't say anything else. You know that once I've made up my mind, I won't change it. After handing Firework over to Shui, Yi Qinghan didn't wait for the others to speak. He looked at Xiaohei, whose eyes were starting to emit a sense of urgency. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. He said in a low voice, "Don't say anything else. I've made up my mind. Don't force me to take action. Besides, what are you worried about? Once you leave, I will go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This time, I will be in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. Let's see if I can afford it, or if they can." Chapter 960. No. Big brother, you said that you wouldn't leave me. I won't go. If you don't go back, I won't go back. Yi Qinghan's sudden attack had stirred up Xiaohei. He didn't hesitate to shout. Not to mention this, Xiaohei didn't hesitate to follow Yi Qinghan in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range when he was about to be sucked into the conferred God Valley. He had decided to die together with him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, but he didn't say anything. "Xiaohei, Lord Devour has asked Mo Xiaoxiao to send me a message. As soon as your soul reaches the God Emperor realm, I'll take you back to the soul-devouring city and help you transform. If you delay for a long time, it will be a big problem. Xiaohei, you're not young anymore. You should think about Li Shui. Moreover, I'm very safe here. What are you worried about? After you transform, you can ask Lord Devour to solve the situation. If you're still stubborn, do you believe that I won't terminate the soul contract with you?" Yi Qinghan's reasonable explanation had rendered Xiaohei speechless. Looking at Li Shui, he quieted down. Yi Qinghan's last sentence was resolute. As Xiaohei had followed him for a long time, he knew that whatever he said was just like his saliva. He would do what he said. Thus, he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. As Xiaohei didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to persuade him. They just looked at Yi Qinghan with a complicated countenance. Li Xiaoxia and the others' admiration for Yi Qinghan became more fanatical. They knew Yi Qinghan's deeds clearly. Moreover, after what had happened this time, they understood Yi Qinghan's character better. Yi Qinghan was the kind of person who would share benefits with others and shoulder hardships alone. Such a character was rare. Brother Yi. Li Shuier was very clear that Xiaohei's sudden silence was definitely because of Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. Moreover, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Xiaohei to think more about her. She thought about how everyone had left, leaving Yi Qinghan to face an army of 10 billion by himself. He had to cultivate on this isolated island, and his future was uncertain. Her heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "All right. Stop acting like a little girl. I, Yi Qinghan, have been through all kinds of storms. Isn't he still alive and well? Who knows, I might have already gone back before you guys." Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, Yi Qinghan smiled with a domineering look in his eyes. He laughed and continued in a relaxed manner. "All right, since you've all come from afar, I don't have much to give you. Let's give each of you a small gift. Get ready, I'll bring you out later." Yi Qinghan was the first to flash out of the War Imperial Palace. Li Xiaoxia and the others were all grinning from ear to ear. They immediately used their divine sense to check the treasures in the spatial ring. As a result, everyone's jaws dropped. Even Li Shuier, who was the daughter of Honor Li Quan and had seen countless treasures, was shocked. She was secretly checking out Yi Qinghan's generosity. Yi Qinghan walked around the island and found that it was still the same as before. He casually threw down countless small restrictions used for probing before he leisurely revealed himself beside the life-chasing war god. With a wave of his hand, Poisonous Snake, Li Shuer and the others appeared beside everyone. Cupping his fists at war god Chasing, Yi Qinghan smiled. Lord Chasing, have you arranged everything? City Lord Yi, I've already sent a message to Lord Chasing. Everything has been arranged. Everyone can follow me out of the island now. War god Chasing nodded and replied with a smile. All right, everyone follow Lord Chasing out of the island and listen to the instructions of the law enforcement team. Yi Qinghan waved his hand decisively, without any hesitation, and ordered everyone to move out immediately. Big Brother Yi, take care. Boss, wait for my return. City Lord, I'll wait for your return in the Fire Dragon City. Big Brother Yi, if you return to the Misty Continent, you must tell me. Lord, take care. All the martial artists of the Misty Continent gazed at Yi Qinghan and bid farewell to Yi Qinghan. Their eyes were shining with all kinds of complicated emotions. Yi Qinghan did not say anything. He just waved his hand lightly and stood there quietly. His frail body was getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of everyone. His gentle smile made everyone's heart ache. The young masters and thousands of martial artists followed War God Chasing out of the island at a slow pace. Many of them looked back after every step. The Star Army was indeed trustworthy. They did not set up any checkpoints and directly opened up the encirclement, creating a wide path. They let War God Chasing bring the martial artists of the Misty Continent outside, as if they were not worried that Yi Qinghan would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, they were not worried. If Yi Qinghan came out at this moment, they could take down Fireworks and the others with a good reason. They could directly threaten Yi Qinghan and kill him. Yi Qinghan broke his promise first, so even Venerable Moon Chasing had nothing to say. Before long, everyone was taken out. The Star Army once again surrounded Soul Emperor Island. After everyone saluted Venerable Moonchaser, they all looked back at the indistinct green figure on the hillside of the island. Everyone subconsciously clenched one fist in front of their chest and saluted with utmost respect. Let's go! Venerable Moon Chasing also stared at the green figure on the island. With his strength, he could clearly see the faint smile on Yi Qinghan's face from such a long distance. He made an exception and waved at Yi Qinghan, then turned around resolutely. 4 or 5 huge dragon boats opened up their protective shields at the same time. War God Chasing and the other guards divided everyone into 2 groups and entered 2 different dragon boats. After everyone entered the dragon boat, it immediately turned around and quickly shot towards the east like a bolt of lightning. All right, they're all gone. I can finally go all out alone. Yi Qinghan looked at the dozens of huge dragon boats that disappeared into the eastern sea. He smiled and relaxed, then entered War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan did not want them to get involved in the battle with Star Sea. This was a good opportunity to send Xiao He away. Although Soul Emperor Island could not start a war, it did not mean that Star Sea would wait for him to leave. Hence, he did not hesitate to arrange a way out. After entering War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan found that Yao Ji was still holding a restriction book and reading it with great interest. He smiled and said to Yao Ji, "Let's enter the Illusion Palace. Cultivating outside is too slow. It's much faster in the Illusion Palace." It was indeed safer in the Illusion Palace. Yi Qinghan did not want to be disturbed again during his seclusion. Yao Ji nodded and the 2 of them teleported out. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared before the Star Army's divine sense swept over. In the largest dragon boat outside Soul Emperor Island, Venerable Xia Tian looked at Venerable Li Fei, who was sitting calmly on the main seat. His face was full of doubt, but Li Fei showed no signs of explaining. After staring for a moment, Venerable Xia Tian could not help but ask, "Sir, is there a deeper meaning to your arrangement?" Li Fei smiled leisurely. His eyes were frighteningly bright. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You don't have to worry about this. You will naturally find out soon. Yi Qinghan, you will definitely die this time." Chapter 961. In the vast and boundless Star Ocean South Sea, a dozen or so dragon boats broke through the waves and approached. In front of each dragon boat were 2 huge black swords and a bloody skull. Along the way, they occasionally met some god bandits from the Star Ocean. However, when they saw this symbol, they immediately fled. No one dared to come within 50 kilometers of these 10 dragon boats. There were 16 dragon boats, but the 10 dragon boats behind were empty. There were only a few experts driving the dragon boats. This time, Moonchaser Supremacy only brought a few experts with him. However, he still had to pay attention to the grandeur. This was the face of the ethereal continent monarch. Moonchaser Supremacy brought a few subordinates and was in the foremost dragon boat. The second dragon boat was Zhuai Ming, with Venomous Snake, Li Xiaoxia, and a group of young masters. The low-level martial artists of the ethereal continent and dozens of experts from the law enforcement team were in the third dragon boat. Lord Zhuai Ming, why don't we go to the Blood Knight continent? Isn't it much faster to use the teleportation formation? Although Venomous Snake War God wasn't very powerful, he was personally picked by Lord Devour before he came. He was considered one of Lord Devour's people, and his status was much higher. Actually, he wasn't the only one who had this question. Everyone on the dragon boat was confused. Although it was not slow to take the dragon boat back, it would take at most half a year to reach the ethereal continent. However, Moonchaser Supremacy had the monarch's token. He could directly teleport everyone back. It would be much faster. It would only take 1 month. Zhuai Ming smiled lightly. Although he was the leader of the law enforcement team, and his status was definitely higher than ordinary prefecture masters, he didn't put on airs. He was very casual with everyone along the way. Seeing that everyone was looking over curiously, he explained, the law enforcement team has a special status. Under normal circumstances, they don't leave the ethereal continent. Every time they do, they rarely enter other continents. Didn't you see that the route of the dragon boats is very particular? The islands in the Star Ocean are basically not within 50 kilometers. This is an unspoken rule. We represent the power of the continent. Oh, I see. Venomous Snake War God nodded and smiled. He pondered for a while and asked again, Lord, recently, did anything big happen in the continent? The Viper War God's question was very skillful. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all knew what the Viper War God really wanted to ask. Yi Ching Han sent the message, and Lord Devour took action immediately. Theoretically, Master Moonchaser's team should have arrived a long time ago. However, it had taken them 1.5 years to arrive, and they had brought only a few people. Something big did happen. The life-chasing war god's expression turned solemn. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he said in a deep voice, Before we came here, dozens of baleful streams appeared at the same time. The impact this time is almost the same as the impact in the Grace mainland 300,000 years ago. However, it's suppressed now. Are the Netherworld demons going to launch another large-scale attack? Everyone's faces darkened. 300,000 years ago, in the Grace mainland, the Fiend stream was also stirred up. Countless Azura kings stormed out and smashed the Fiend stream's formation. Then, they attacked the cities and tribes in every direction. In the end, it was suppressed. However, at that time, hundreds of small cities in the Grace mainland were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of people died. It was a shocking event. Life-chasing war god shook his head and explained again, I'm not sure. However, the Sovereign has ordered to strengthen the Fiend's power. Since the Sovereign has noticed it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Many of the law enforcement team's experts have also been transferred. That's why we're late. That's good. Since the Sovereign has ordered, it shouldn't be a big deal. Everyone exhaled in relief. That time in the Grace mainland, the Sovereign of the Grace mainland didn't care about it, which led to the tragedy. Moreover, didn't the Sovereign-level Lord Devour still exist in the continent? Although most of the people in the Dragon Boat's hall were present, there were still some who went to their rooms to rest. For example, Firework and Li Shui. In one of the rooms, Firework's face was gloomy. She hugged her knees and sat on the bed in silence. Beside her, Li Shui was comforting her. On the other side of the table, Xiao Hei was also listless, lying on the table. Li Shui said a lot, but when she realized that Firework and Blackie were indifferent, she sighed softly and became silent. She also knew that as long as Yi Ching Han didn't return or didn't see each other, the two of them wouldn't be in a good mood. In another room, young Master Lei Ming sat alone with a gloomy face. The Dragon War God told everyone about how he cursed at Yi Ching Han. His ending was obvious. Almost no one cared about him. Everyone treated him like air and ignored him. After Firework heard it, he came looking for him and warned him that if he said anything bad about Yi Ching Han, he would have to bear the consequences. Firework was very unhappy. The Lei family's guards naturally changed their attitude. They weren't that friendly to this young master. Firework was now Lei Kuang's treasure in the Lei family. If it wasn't for Firework being soft-hearted and begging for mercy in front of Lei Kuang, Lei Ming's identity as a young master would have been lost. If Firework went back and mentioned it to Lei Kuang, "Lei Firework, Yi Qinghan, it's all your fault. It's all your fault." Lei Ming sat on a chair in the corner for a long time. The hatred in his eyes became more and more intense. He gritted his teeth and snorted in a low voice. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. After Lei Zhan was trapped in the sealed God Valley, his father's position in the family was like the sun in the sky. That was the most glorious time for him. He considered himself the young master of the Lei family and dreamed of controlling the entire Longyang prefecture in the future. He was the first person in the Lei family to find out that Firework had awakened the Thunder God's bloodline. After the spy he had arranged for Firework reported the news to him, he didn't hesitate and killed him. The destruction of Firework's tribe and Firework's entrapment in the Balefulline stream were all arranged by him. However, he didn't know that Lord Devour was behind all of this. However, Yi Qinghan brought Firework out. Firework accidentally met Grand Elder Lei Yun and was brought back to the family. His days became difficult. After Lei Kuang came out of seclusion, he was almost killed by Lei Kuang's palm. Perhaps he was still a young master of the Lei family outside, but he knew very well that the entire Lei family didn't see him as a young master anymore. He hated Firework, hated Lei Zhan, and even hated Yi Qinghan. This time, he had been looking for an opportunity to take back everything that belonged to him. Therefore, on Soul Emperor Island, he tried to contact the experts of the Star Army. At this moment, without hesitation, he took out the communication jade talisman and started to send a message. Message to Li Fei. Li Fei was very busy recently. Although he sat quietly in the dragon boat every day, his communication jade talismans didn't stop. There were people constantly sending him messages. After that, he continued to send out messages. Every message he sent was sent after careful consideration. There was a huge map in the front hall of the dragon boat. It was a map of the Star Sea. At this moment, Li Fei had drawn a clear and eye-catching route in the South Sea. If Venerable Moonchaser saw this, he would be shocked because this route was exactly the same as the route they had taken. Chapter 962. The Moonchaser Supremacy was in a bad mood recently. His eyelids were constantly twitching. This situation was very strange. As the leader of the enforcement squad, he did not think that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him, because the number of supremacies that could kill him in the entire divine realm could be counted. Sovereigns were even more unlikely to do so. Therefore, this premonition of danger was very baffling. He represented the will of the ethereal sovereign. If he was killed, the sovereign would definitely be enraged. No matter who it was, he would immediately attack. Moreover, the will of the sovereign was not to be challenged. Even so, the Moonchaser Supremacy still decided to be more careful. The speed of the dragon boat increased again, and the route became more unpredictable. After traveling halfway to the Moon Queen, the dragon boat was not far from the ethereal continent. It would only take 3 to 5 days to reach the Myriad Waters Manor. However, the warning in the Moonchaser Supremacy's heart was getting stronger. Not just him, even the several 7th-grade war gods beside him felt that something was wrong. Their brows were tightly knitted, and their faces were grave. Stop! Prepare for battle! Suddenly, the Moonchaser Supremacy bellowed. His voice was amplified by divine power, and resounded in all the dragon boats. Dozens of dragon boats stopped instantly. Then, dozens of law enforcement squad experts appeared outside the dragon boats. Their divine power was greatly amplified, and their eyes were solemn as they looked around. The Moonchaser Supremacy had already teleported out. In his hand was a long black spear, surrounded by white origin energy. His entire body was filled with soaring killing intent. All the dragon boats were stowed away at the same time. Viper War God and the others appeared in the sky. All the martial artists of the ethereal continent gathered together. The guards of the various young masters and the law enforcement squad's martial artists were tightly guarding them. Buzz! Suddenly, the space fluctuated violently. Then, the nearby space began to crack, and countless black figures tore out from the cracks. Hiss 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 hiss. Waves of roars resounded. The surrounding space suddenly darkened, and the air became gloomy. In the sky, Nearly 1,000 black figures appeared out of nowhere. Devil King? Azura? The Moonchaser Supremacy heaved a sigh of relief. Although there were countless Devil Kings and Azuras around, it was not a problem for him. The Devil King was only at the first level of the God King realm, while the Azuras were around the first level of the God Emperor realm. Although there were more of them, it was still easy to get rid of them. Lei Shui, Firework, and some of the martial artists from the Misty Continent looked at the monsters in the sky in horror. Many people had seen the Demon King, but very few people had seen the Azura. Shuras were not very big. They were several times smaller than the Demon King, but their appearances were similar to the Demon King. The only difference was that the Shura's eyes were not blood red. Instead, they were similar to ordinary humans, with distinct black and white. However, as long as anyone looked into their eyes, they would feel a chill run through their bodies, and their souls would tremble. Shura did not have a demonic aura around him, but his entire body gave off a cold and evil aura. Thunder God's protection. Firework didn't hesitate. His 2 pink horns glowed with a white light, and a huge white barrier enveloped everyone. Firework was only at the second level of the God King realm. However, the Thunder God's protection was extremely powerful. It was the best defense against the demonic aura. Kill! Seeing that Firework had released the Thunder God's protection, Moonchaser Supremacy's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Then, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although the appearance of these Demon King Shuras was inexplicable, there was no time to think too much. He had to get rid of them first. With a shake of the origin source of his spear, he teleported and appeared in the middle of the dozen Shuras. His spear turned into spear shadows and enveloped the dozen Shuras in front of him. Hiss hiss! Countless black swords suddenly shot out from the dozen Shuras. They were all condensed from the demonic aura, and their speed was comparable to the speed of a 5th-grade war god's blade. If it was an ordinary God Emperor martial artist, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moonchaser Supremacy's body suddenly emitted a white light. When the black swords hit his body, there was no reaction. However, his black spear instantly hit the heads of the dozen Shuras. The origin source was invincible. These Shuras were instantly turned into dust and rapidly eroded in the air. Countless black dust scattered in the air, making the sky even darker. Swish! Dozens of law enforcers all shot in all directions. This time, the number of Demon King Shuras that suddenly descended was too many. Although Moonchaser Supremacy killed them quickly, what if more Demon King Shuras descended later? It was better to kill them quickly and leave quickly. Feng Qi didn't move. The guards of the Lei family, the Li family, and the Young Masters families also didn't move. Although there were more than 10 7th-grade war gods among their guards, which was a very powerful force, protecting the Young Masters and Young Masters was their most important task. However, protecting the ladies and Young Masters was their most important mission. Moreover, they naturally wouldn't move without Venerable Moonchaser's order. With the addition of dozens of supreme experts, the speed of killing the Demon King Shuras became faster. In just a moment, more than 300 demons were killed. Moonchaser Supremacy swept his spear left and right. None of the Demon King Shuras were his match. Buzz! Suddenly, the space trembled again. Countless spatial cracks appeared again, and this time, there were more spatial cracks than before. Countless black shadows emerged again. Something's wrong. Moonchaser Supremacy's clothes were whiter than snow. With his spear, he directly killed several Shuras in front of him. However, he suddenly stopped, and his expression became gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he locked onto the sky on the left. He bellowed, "Everyone, be careful. These demons may be drawn out by someone intentionally using a treasure to shake the space. Humph, they actually dare to attack us. What gall! I think they're courting death." Once Moonchaser Supremacy said this, all the experts' expressions changed. This time, there were more Demon King Shuras that came out, no less than 2,000. If it were them, it wouldn't matter. They could just charge out. However, this time, there were thousands of low-level warriors and countless young masters and young mistresses from various families. Feng Qi's divine power revolved around his body, and the dozen supreme experts guards by his side also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Fireworks and the others were also incomparably nervous. Even the black hair on Xiao Hei's head stood up, like an angry lion cub. Buzz! The space shook again, and a super-large space fissure appeared. And at the fissure, a giant hand reached out of the space fissure. Before the body could be seen, just this giant hand covered in black scales made everyone's soul palpitate, and their bodies went cold. Shura King. At this moment, Moonchaser Supremacy finally knew why he had such a strong premonition of danger. Shura Kings were existences comparable to supremacies. He did not continue to tangle with the Shuras beside him, but raised his spear and stabbed at the giant hand. At the same time he bellowed, "Shuei, take everyone and break out. Quick! Break out!" Feng Qi roared to the people behind him. He also held a spear in his hand and charged forward. Fireworks had no choice but to cancel the Thunder God's protection. If he used it, his speed would be too slow, and he wouldn't be able to break out. However, the moment the Thunder God's protection was cancelled, the space around Fireworks suddenly shook, and Fireworks' face changed. On his shoulder, Xiao Hei's eyes were full of fear. On the right, the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God immediately used their god's power to attack the space. Feng Qi's body shook, and his eyes were full of anger. He turned around and stabbed at the space next to Fireworks. Bas! A black figure appeared in the air out of nowhere. His body was wrapped in white air, and he actually ignored the attacks of the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God. With a backhand wave, his palm turned into a claw, and directly shattered Feng Qi's spear. Then his palm reached forward like lightning, and his claw grabbed Feng Qi's lower abdomen. Pa! The sound of the divine crystal breaking was heard. Feng Qi's huge eyes were wide open, and he fell down powerlessly. He was killed instantly. Then, this figure reached out with both hands, and with a wave of the origin power, he grabbed the shoulders of the Viper Warrior God and the Dragon Warrior God. Half of their bodies were directly torn apart, and they were immediately severely injured. The black figure's two hands slapped at the Viper Warrior God, the Dragon Warrior God, and the frightened Fireworks. Before Fireworks, the Viper Warrior God, and the Dragon Warrior God could react, he directly sealed their divine crystals. He also casually slapped Xiao Hei away, and then instantly disappeared in the air with the three of them. Of course, Venerable Moonchaser noticed the situation here, but the Shura King's body had already appeared, and he couldn't split himself. He could only roar angrily, "Evil Moon, how dare you! You are seeking your own death. No one can protect you, not even Li Kong." However, no matter how Venerable Moonchaser roared, the black figure didn't hesitate. He constantly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's divine senses. Chapter 963. Evil Moon. All the warriors of the Misty Continent shuddered and thought of one person at the same time, Honorable Evil Moon. The former number 2 Honorable of the Misty City. It was him? Why did he attack? Why did he kidnap Fireworks and Viper? What was he trying to do? The answer was not hard to imagine. Countless people thought of it and their expressions changed. Xiao Hei roared in anger and wanted to chase in that direction, but he was surrounded by evil Shura. Xiao Hei's strength was not strong. Soul Devourer World could only be used when he combined with Yi Qing Han. He did not dare to rush in recklessly and could only roar in anger in midair. Eminent Elder Feng Qi. Miss Fireworks. Miss. The experts of Flame Dragon City and the Lei family all roared in anger and attacked the Demon King Shura around them in a frenzy. However, they did not notice the trace of a sneer that flashed across young Master Lei Ming's lips. Don't chase. Protect young Master Xiao Hei with your life. Honorable Moonchaser was frightened. If something happened to Xiao Hei, wouldn't Lord Devour tear him apart? He quickly roared and attacked the Shura King even more fiercely. Because this Shura King was intercepted by Honorable Moonchaser at the first moment, only half of its body was revealed. Every time it revealed its body, it would be instantly smashed by Honorable Moonchaser. But what was strange was that this Shura King seemed to be immortal. When Honorable Moonchaser smashed one of its arms, it would immediately emit a ball of demonic aura and then condense the arm again. Shura Kings were obviously different from Shura. Once an Shura was swept by Honorable Moonchaser's origin energy, it would be eroded and die instantly. But this Shura King's body seemed to have solidified and was extremely stiff. Every time he could only smash a small part of its body. Once this part was smashed, another part would grow out. Fortunately, the space fissure was constantly closing. Honorable Moonchaser's every attack only made the Shura King's body tremble. It could not tear the space and descend into the divine realm. The eyes of the other war gods burned with fury, pouring out their anger on the evil shurikings around them. The guards around the young masters did not move. They all propped up their god domains to block the demonic aura from all directions, lest the low-level warriors were demonized. After a while, the space fissure finally closed. The cold and evil aura in the air gradually faded. Honorable Moonchaser heaved a sigh of relief. If this shuriken came out, they might be fine. But few of these divine kings would be able to survive. Moonchaser glanced in the direction that Evil Moon had disappeared in. Finally, he let out a helpless roar and charged toward the misty continent. The dozens of 7th-grade war gods were divided into 3 groups. 2 groups would guard the left and right sides, and the last group would delay them. At the same time, the guards of the various large families also moved out, surrounding a group of young masters and low-level practitioners in the center before charging forward with Venerable Moonchaser. Because there were more than 10 7th-grade war gods delaying the Azura Devil King, and Venerable Moonchaser's attacks were too incisive, the main force broke out of the encirclement in no time. Venerable Moonchaser did not care about the 7th-grade war god behind him. He let Li Shuaer and Blackie follow beside him and continued to dash forward. Honorable Moonchaser didn't care about the war gods behind him. He had Li Shuaer take Xiao Hei and fly forward. He personally steered the dragon boat, turning it into a bolt of lightning as it moved forward. Honorable Moonchaser didn't speak along the way. No one spoke either. But their expressions were ugly. A day later, the dozen or so war gods returned. 2 were missing. They had been demonized. Honorable Moonchaser's expression darkened even more. He released a murderous aura, making the atmosphere in the dragon boat especially oppressive. After Xiao Hei entered the dragon boat, he stopped making a fuss. But his gloomy face scared Li Shuaer. Xiao Hei knew it was useless to make a fuss. Honorable Moonchaser was right. They had to return to the Misty Continent as soon as possible. Honorable Moonchaser reported the matter to the Misty Continent Sovereign, while Xiao Hei went to find Lord Devour. Honorable Moonchaser personally controlled the dragon boat. The speed of the dragon boat reached a terrifying level. After only 3 days, the continent was in sight. This time, they landed at the Myriad Water Manor. It was just a small city called 5-Star City. Once they entered the city, they felt an oppressive aura fill the entire city. The cultivators in the city all had worried looks on their faces. When the life-chasing battle god went to ask around, he came back with shocking news. Half a month ago, the baleful Een streams in various places were rioting again. This time, it was even more violent. 2 shurikings appeared in a first-class baleful Een stream in the south of the Myriad Water Manor. Half of the 108 prefectures on the continent asked for help. All the experts on the continent had been mobilized. There was no news of the battle situation. But there was no good news in half a month. It was obviously very troublesome. Honorable War God, you arrange them. I will return to Misty City first. Young Master Xiao Hei, you return to Soul Eater City first. I will personally pay a visit to Lord Diawu. Venerable Moonchaser's originally calm expression turned grave once again. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and directly teleported to the plaza. Then, he activated the transportation channel and left. Shuaer, let's go to Soul Eater City. Xiao Hei's expression changed again. He knew that with such a big matter happening on the continent, the Misty Continent's sovereign would not have the time to deal with such a small matter. Now, he could only seek help from Lord Devour. Li Shuaer nodded. She casually called a few Li family guards and gave some instructions to Little Sha. Then, she hurriedly rushed towards the transportation channel. Looking at the backs of Xiao Hei and Li Shuaer, the eyes of countless people lit up. This enmity, as well as rescuing that person on Soul Emperor Island, would depend on that lord in Soul Eater City. Everyone, go to the transportation channel and return to your respective families. These matters will be arranged by the Lord above. There is no use in thinking so much. In this trip to Soul Emperor Island, everyone has done meritorious service. After this, Ethereal City will definitely reward you accordingly. Knowing the urgency of the matter, Life-Chasing War God quickly arranged and led everyone to the transportation channel. Ethereal City. Honorable Moonchaser was dressed in white and looked exceptionally elegant. As soon as he appeared in the transportation channel, countless guards immediately saluted him. However, Honorable Moonchaser had no time to pay attention to them. With a wave of his hand, His body once again disappeared into the transportation channel. Honorable Moonchaser teleported to Ethereal Summit and did not stop for a moment. He directly flew up the mountain and knelt on one knee in front of a huge palace. After saluting, he heard the voice of the Misty Continent Sovereign. Only then did he carefully report the entire situation to the Misty Continent Sovereign. Evil Moon? Humph! What a good move to plunder the sky! A faint voice sounded again. It was emotionless, but Moonchaser could still hear a trace of anger in the words. After a moment, the voice came again. All right, you don't have to worry about this matter. Bring people to 100 Battle Manor. The situation there is somewhat serious. In the future, there is no need to see me here. Just send a message directly. Swish! A white jade token shot out from the palace, and Honorable Moonchaser's face lit up with joy. Other than the #1 Honorable of Ethereal City and the Guardian of Soul Emperor Island, he was the third person to receive this token. Even Evil Moon did not have this honor in the past. Honorable Moonchaser hurriedly kowtowed again and then flew down the mountain. He knew that since the Misty Continent Sovereign said that he did not need to worry about this matter, then there was nothing for him to do. Moreover, wasn't there still Lord Diawu? Chapter 964. Little Ant, Little Ant. In the northernmost part of the floating mist continent, a rainbow light shone in Soul Devourer City. Before the light faded, an urgent roar came from within. Don't make any noise in Soul Devourer City. The hundreds of martial artists guarding the teleportation formation immediately surrounded the teleportation formation with godly power. A captain shouted coldly. Scram! A roar that was even more furious than before rang out. Then, a black figure shot out, followed by a white-clothed woman and several guards who hurriedly followed behind. How dare you! Take him down! The captain guarding the teleportation formation was enraged. Where was this place? Someone actually dared to be so impudent? The godly power in the weapons in his hands surged, and he was about to attack Xiaohei, Li Shui'er, and the others. Stop, Xiaohei. Don't be hasty. Come to the City Lord Manor first. A calm voice sounded in the plaza. The captain and the hundreds of guards immediately paused, their faces filled with shock. They were very familiar with this voice. It was the City Lord's voice. Xiaohei. Which Xiaohei? Could it be young Master Xiaohei? Swish! 3 figures shot out from afar. The one in the lead was the dark-skinned but extremely handsome Emperor Yu. On the left was Emperor Yi, and on the right was the elegant Lord Zhou with a faint smile on her face. Welcome back, young Manor Lord. Emperor Yu shouted from afar, his face filled with a sincere smile. Emperor Yi and Lord Zhou also had smiles and respect on their faces. Clang! The hundreds of people guarding the teleportation formation were so frightened that their weapons dropped to the ground. Their faces were as white as snow, and they all knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled as they shouted in unison. Welcome back, young Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord, please forgive us. Xiaohei didn't have time to care about these small fries. He nodded to Emperor Yu, Lord Zhou, and Emperor Yi before turning into lightning and flying towards the City Lord Manor. Emperor Yu hurriedly followed behind while Lord Zhou accompanied Li Shui'er towards the City Lord Manor. This was the Crown Prince's concubine, and they couldn't neglect her. Under the accompaniment of Emperor Yu, Xiaohei's path was unimpeded as he rushed to the rooftop of the City Lord's mansion. On the rooftop, Lord Devour wore a red dress, which was swaying in the wind. He had made an exception and stood up early, smiling kindly at Xiaohei and Li Shui'er behind him. Xiaohei, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Shui'er, come and sit here. Lily, go do what you need to do. Lord Devour said. Emperor Yu and Emperor Di bowed and excused themselves. Madame Zhou smiled and walked over. She poured them good wine and filled up Lord Devour's glass. Auntie, the boss is in danger. Hurry up and save him. That bastard Evil Moon actually dares to do such a thing. Auntie, what do we do? Auntie! Xiaohei's small eyes were filled with the flame of anger. Seeing Lord Devour's warm smile, he became more agitated. He flew directly to the middle-level crystal table and screamed, his words incoherent. Evil Moon? Lord Devour frowned, patting Xiaohei's head. All right, don't talk anymore. Shui'er, you tell him. Li Shui'er greets Lord Devour. Li Shui'er was a little shy, as if she was an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. She stooped to greet Lord Devour, then told him everything that had happened. From the time when Yi Qinghan had sent them away to the Demon King Shura, the appearance of Evil Moon, and the kidnapping of Fireworks and the other two, Lord Devour told him everything in detail. After Lord Devour listened to her, he pondered for a while. Then he smiled faintly. That's it? I say, Xiao Hei, when can you change your impatient character? You're going to be a lord soon. Xiao Hei, Li Shui'er, and even Lord Jiu were surprised. Xiao Hei said hurriedly, Auntie, it's obvious that Evil Moon is on Li Kong's side. He wants to use Fireworks and the others to threaten Big Brother. You don't know my Big Brother's character. If he knows that Fireworks and the others have been captured, he will rush out without a care for his life. At that time, he will die for sure. Auntie, hurry up and follow me to Soul Emperor Island. Lord Devour shook his head with a forced smile. Xiao Hei, I'm not invincible. I can do whatever I want in the divine world. I can go to the Star Sea, but I can't do anything. What's the difference if I go or not? Auntie has her own difficulties. This? Xiao Hei was dumbfounded. Even Li Shui'er was surprised. Of course, she didn't dare to ask more questions. Xiao Hei blinked and said, Auntie, if you can't go, you can ask Misty Sovereign. Didn't he give you face last time? You should ask him to bring our big brother back. Nonsense. Lord Devour's face darkened. He looked at Xiao Hei with blame. The entire Misty continent is suffering a lot. Many Yin Fiend streams are rioting. Do you think Jida will abandon his people for Yi Qinghan? Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing. This is Evil Moon's doing. It's the internal strife of the Misty continent. Do you have any proof that Evil Moon has joined the Starsea? Even if Jida goes, what name will he use to go? Do you think the Starsea Sovereign is a pushover? Then what should we do? Auntie, you have to think of a solution. Xiao Hei scratched his head. Lord Devour had lost his temper, so he didn't dare to talk anymore. He could only look at Lord Devour and beg. Li Shui'er and Lord Jiu were also shocked. The Starsea's trick was brilliant. It was the Misty Continent's people who had bribed Evil Moon to attack the law enforcement team. What does it have to do with the Star Sea? Although it was obvious, the Misty Sovereign didn't have an excuse to be mad. What's the hurry? Lord Devour sighed and said, First, Yi Qinghan is in seclusion in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Even if they used fireworks to threaten Yi Qinghan wouldn't know anything. If he doesn't come out, they can't do anything. Second, Yao Ji is in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. How could she make Yi Qinghan do something stupid? If Yao Ji didn't send Yi Qinghan out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, could he fly out? Third, this time perhaps, Yi Qinghan can give us a big surprise. So, don't be anxious. Just wait for the good show. Really? Xiao Hei blinked his eyes. Although he was confused, Lord Devour had never lied like this. Listening to her tone and analyzing, it seemed that Yi Qinghan wasn't in any danger. Lord, will Fireworks and the others be all right? Li Shui'er gathered her courage and asked in a low voice. Fireworks had a good relationship with him as if they were sisters. She was so worried. If Yi Qinghan doesn't die, Fireworks won't die, Lord Devour said resolutely. Then he turned to Xiao Hei and said, Yao Ji has contacted me. Xiao Hei, I'll pay attention to this. It's useless for you to be anxious. Take Shui'er to have a good rest. After a period of time, I'll help you transform. After you transform, I'll allow you to find Yi Qinghan. That should be fine, right? Xiao Hei and Li Shui'er exhaled in relief. As Lord Devour said that he would pay attention to this and he could contact Yao Ji, he just needed to tell Yao Ji not to let Yi Qinghan out. Then everything would be fine. Lord Jiu took Xiao Hei and Li Shui'er down. Lord Devour stood up, walking to the pavilion by the rooftop. However, he didn't look at the wandering sea. Instead, he looked at the direction of the Soul Emperor Island. His eyes filled with hope. He muttered, Little Han, don't let me down. Chapter 965. Soul Emperor Pavilion, Dream Palace. Yao Ji sat on the big white jade bed. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged next to her, his eyes closed. She quietly stood up, holding a white jade talisman in her hand. Her willow leaf-like eyebrows were slightly curled, her face a little sad. Lord Devour had sent her a message to tell Yao Ji what had happened outside. He also asked her to tell everything to Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji didn't know who Viper and Dragon were? Who were fireworks? However, Lord Devour's message had made it clear that these people had a close relationship with Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji couldn't figure out why Lord Devour wanted her to tell Yi Qinghan everything if they were related to him. Moreover, if Yi Qinghan wanted to go out, he didn't want to stop him. Let him go out? What did Lord Devour want? Could it be that he wanted Yi Qinghan to die? Was she out of her mind? Didn't she know that Yi Qinghan had a big chance to take revenge for the Soul Emperor? Yao Ji had sent a message to Lord Devour, but Lord Devour didn't explain anything. Yao Ji knew that Lord Devour was always cold. After the Soul Emperor died, he was even colder. Thus, she didn't ask more. She just frowned and contemplated. However, she couldn't figure it out after 1 month. And, as Yi Qinghan was in seclusion, she didn't want to wake him up. Until the jade talisman on Yi Qinghan's waist vibrated. Yao Ji took it off and used her soul consciousness to check. She knew that she had to wake Yi Qinghan up. The people outside were about to take action. She didn't want Yi Qinghan to hate her. Thus, she woke up Yi Qinghan. After Yi Qinghan woke up, he looked at Yao Ji with a stern face. She had interrupted his seclusion. He knew something was wrong. He got up and asked, "What's going on?" The enchantress handed Yi Qinghan's messaging jade talisman to him and said, "Take a look." Yi Qinghan took it and scanned it with his divine sense. Suddenly, his complexion changed. His eyes were filled with anger, and his killing intent soared. There was a sentence in the message. "Yi Qinghan, I'm Evil Moon. Please come out of the island for a chat." Of course, Evil Moon was Venerable Evil Moon, but how could Venerable Evil Moon send a message to him? This was a big problem. Yi Qinghan's communication jade talisman was of the highest grade. Only Yi Qinghan's communication jade talisman could send messages. In other words, only Yi Qinghan's communication jade talisman could reach Yi Qinghan. Everyone who could make Yi Qinghan send a messenger jade talisman to him must have a close relationship with him. Venerable Moonchaser was attacked by the devils on his way back to the Misty Continent. Evil Moon took advantage of the chaos and captured Fireworks, Viper, and Dragon. As the enchantress said this, Yi Qinghan's face darkened again. The enchantress also knew that these people had a close relationship with him. She hurriedly added, "Jiawu sent me a message. He said that if you want to go out, you can go out. Evil Moon." When Yi Qinghan heard the first part, he gritted his teeth and growled. He had an impulse to go out immediately. However, when he heard the second part, his body stopped abruptly. He stood in the hall with his hands clenched into fists. His veins bulged. Finally, he closed his eyes and lifted his head. He became silent, and the murderous aura on his body gradually faded. Lord Devour wanted him to go out? Although Lord Devour was cold and ruthless, she wouldn't send him to his death, right? Such an unusual sentence made Yi Qinghan's raging heart calm down. He began to think carefully. Wind Emperor of Mount Wu and the others had died because of his carelessness. Yi Qinghan's 2 souls started to move at high speed. After thinking for half a day, he opened his eyes. However, his eyes were completely calm, as if nothing had happened. He said to the enchantress, "The people outside don't know if the transmission barrier of the Soul Emperor Pavilion is open or not, right?" "Of course not." The enchantress nodded affirmatively. Yi Qinghan exhaled in relief. If they didn't know if the transmission barrier was open or not, then they wouldn't know if Yi Qinghan had received the message. Then, they wouldn't dare to kill Fireworks and the others. They wanted to kill him. If Fireworks and the others died easily, then how could they lure him out? Yi Qinghan figured out the crux of the matter. Throwing the jade talisman to the enchantress, he said calmly, "You help me look after the jade talisman. No matter what they say, just ignore it. But, if they give me a deadline, wake me up immediately." Then, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the ground. He didn't care about anything else and just started to cultivate in seclusion. The enchantress blinked, feeling a little confused. Lord Devour had said something strange, and Yi Qinghan was behaving strangely. However, since Yi Qinghan had asked her to do so, she couldn't say anything else. She could only sit on the white jade ship, looking at Yi Qinghan with a little worry. Outside the Soul Emperor Island, inside a massive dragon boat. The dragon boat was big, but only a few people were standing. Li Fei was sitting alone, while the others were standing and looking at him with respect and admiration. At the same time, their eyes glanced at a warrior wearing the war god robe, standing on the left side of Li Fei. Evil Moon, you've done well this time. The family head has sent a message. After it's done, we'll bring you back to the Supreme Island and reward you handsomely. Li Fei was full of smiles as he looked at the warrior in the war god robe, looking very satisfied. Of course, he was most satisfied with his own wisdom. Thank you, Lord. Evil Moon doesn't dare to take credit. Yi Qinghan and I also have a deep grudge. My disciple was killed by Yi Qinghan in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If I don't kill him, I'm not a man. Supremacy Evil Moon bowed slightly. Although his words were calm, it was easy to feel the coldness in his words. After leaving the Misty Continent for so many years, Evil Moon's life wasn't good. He lived like a prince, giving orders, and showing off the benefits of power. It was hard for him to live in seclusion. When he left the Flame Dragon City, Tu Xie followed him without a second thought. He treated Tu Xie like his own son. After Tu Xie's soul jade slip exploded, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He wanted revenge, and he needed to be high and mighty. Joining the Star Sea was the best choice, but if he wanted to be accepted by the Star Sea, he had to prove his loyalty. So he made his move. Lei Ming was a spy, and he sent a message to Li Fei about their route. Li Fei lent Tu Xie a treasure that could make the space vibrate intensely. Evil Moon had been guarding there for a long time. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Li Fei was very satisfied with this plan. The biggest advantage of this plan was that Evil Moon was once Misty Monarch's man. Your people are fighting, and the Star Sea didn't do anything. Even if Misty Monarch guessed that I was the mastermind, without evidence, it wouldn't be good for you to throw your temper, right? Hee. Did Yi Qinghan reply? Li Fei waved his hand and asked a key question. He knew Yi Qinghan's personality very well. If Yi Qinghan knew, he would definitely rush out. Fireworks was his woman, and Viper War God had helped him before. Of course they could have captured Xiao He, but Li Fei and Evil Moon weren't fools. If they captured Xiao He, wouldn't that force Lord Devour to make a move? My lord, not yet. Evil Moon's attitude was very low as he replied respectfully. Humph. Li Fei stood up and smiled coldly. Keep sending him messages. If he doesn't come out after a year, kill someone and send their head to Soul Emperor Island. Then, send him a message. If he doesn't come out after 3 years, strip Fireworks and hang her on the dragon boat. Let's see if he can still be a grandson then. Chapter 966. No matter what message Evil Moon sent, the enchantress acted like she didn't see it. Yi Qinghan was cultivating in seclusion. Evil Moon and Li Fei were a little anxious. The Yin Fiend stream in the ethereal continent was in chaos. Many forces knew about it. The Star Sea was clear, and Lord Devour was still in the Soul Devourer city. If they didn't lure Yi Qinghan out to kill him, when would they do it? Li Fei knew that the ethereal sovereign wouldn't show up. After all, he couldn't turn the Star Sea upside down for Evil Moon. Of course, if there was a suitable chance, the ethereal sovereign would kill Evil Moon with one palm. As for why Lord Devour didn't take action, it was even more suspicious. It seemed like the rumors about Lord Devour being cold-blooded was true. After all, Xiao He was Lord Devour's relative. Even so, Li Fei and Evil Moon didn't want to drag this out for too long. If it was too long, something bad would happen. Thus, 1 year later, Li Fei didn't hesitate, asking Evil Moon to send a message to Yi Qinghan through the Jade Talisman. If Yi Qinghan didn't come out in 3 days, he would kill a war god dragon. The enchantress looked at the message and became hesitant. Yi Qinghan said to wake him up if there was such a message. However, the enchantress didn't want to wake up Yi Qinghan. After hesitating for a while, the enchantress chose to send a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour's reply was fast. He didn't want to wake up Yi Qinghan, but to send a message to Evil Moon. The enchantress pondered for a while, looking at Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Eventually, she picked up the Jade Talisman to send a message. As soon as the enchantress sent the message, Evil Moon was shaken. He strode to the front hall of the dragon boat, asking to see Li Fei. You got a reply? Li Fei asked happily when he saw Evil Moon's appearance. Yes, Lord. Evil Moon bowed, his face beaming as if he had won a big battle. Of course, with his shrewdness, he wouldn't show his emotions. However, he had just joined them, so he needed to pretend sometimes. Li Fei anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Xie Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. Yi Qinghan sent a message saying that he will come out within 3 years. If he doesn't come out after 3 years, then we'll kill those 3. If we still want to kill one person a year, we can kill those 3 right now. He definitely won't come out. Humph! How dare you negotiate with me? Li Fei snorted out 2 puffs of white air from his nostrils. His eyes turned as he began to ponder over the meaning of Yi Qinghan's message. But what Li Fei couldn't figure out was, since Yi Qinghan had agreed to come out, why did he have to wait 3 years? What kind of tricks could he have played in these 3 years? Could it be that he was cultivating or refining treasures? Cultivating was impossible. His nomological laws had yet to reach the God the Arch realm, and his soul had only just stepped into the God the Arch realm. What could he achieve in a few years? That's right. The Soul Emperor had a heaven-defying supreme treasure. In the past, he had relied on this treasure to suppress a venerable with the strength of a 7th-grade war god. Could it be that Yi Qinghan was refining this treasure? Li Fei and Evil Moon looked at each other and found that they had the same guess. It was impossible for Yi Qinghan to wait for help, because the Misty Sovereign couldn't leave the Misty Continent within 3 years. After all, the 2 riots of their continent's baleful stream were too close. No one knew when the next one would be. How big would it be? Therefore, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't leave the Misty Continent for the next 20 years. Since Devour hadn't moved yet, he wouldn't move in the future either. Moreover, Lord Devour was a warrior who had just entered the 9th grade. He couldn't go against the Star Sovereign for Yi Qinghan. Therefore, the 2 of them concluded that Yi Qinghan was refining the Soul Emperor's treasure, hoping that he could use it to suppress all the venerables in the Star Sea and rescue the 3 people. The 2 of them looked at each other again and saw the joy in each other's eyes. What they were most afraid of was that Yi Qinghan wouldn't come out. As long as Yi Qinghan came out, there would be no suspense. The Soul Emperor's treasure could suppress a venerable, but that was in a one-on-one situation. There were more than 30 venerables outside. Yi Qinghan thought himself clever. He was seeking his own death. Send a message to him. If he doesn't come out in 2 years, I will execute the 3 of them together. There are no conditions to negotiate. This is my bottom line. Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold smile appeared on his lips. In fact, 3 to 5 years wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was that Yi Qinghan had to come out. Of course, he still had to show his attitude. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan came out in 3 years, he would be playing the zither again. After Supremacy Evil Moon sent out the message, Li Fei waved his hand and signaled him to leave. It was no longer important how Yi Qinghan replied. Since Yi Qinghan had agreed, then he would definitely come out. He stood up and flipped his hand. A black rhombus-shaped gemstone-like treasure appeared in his hand. This gemstone emitted a translucent white light that radiated in all directions like ripples. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Li Fei laughed sinisterly. Hee, a heaven-defying treasure? With this spatial oscillation divine artifact, your invisibility technique can't be used at all. So what if you refine it? Facing dozens of venerables head-on, even the number 1 venerable's family head wouldn't dare, right? This treasure was given to him by Li Kong. Evil Moon relied on this treasure in combination with some small arrays to cause spatial oscillations. Finally, he lured out the devils and succeeded in his sneak attack. Back then, Li Tian also brought a treasure like this when he entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, but it was a small-scale one. Such a treasure wasn't very useful if it was used to chase down a person, but it was very useful when it was used to surround and capture. Therefore, Li Fei was extremely confident. The laughter in the front hall of the dragon boat became louder and louder. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't even see what that treasure looked like. His confidence came from eternal space. Yao Ji and Lord Devour's confidence also came from this legendary mystery, even though it sounded unbelievable. With just a high-level mystery, he could save people from dozens of venerables and billions of star army, and then escape. However, the 3 of them could only place their hopes on this mystery, because a mystery that could produce a heaven and earth anomaly at the entry level couldn't be ordinary. Moreover, Lord Devour and Yao Ji had no other choice. If this mystery was successfully fused, and Yi Qinghan still didn't have a chance to save people. Then Fireworks and the other two could only die. This was something that Yao Ji and Lord Devour had secretly agreed on. If it came to the last moment, Yao Ji could only lock Yi Qinghan up. She couldn't just watch him die in front of her. This eternal space is really difficult to fuse. Space freeze, space lock, space shake, and space ripple must be released at the same time. Moreover, they must have a track direction and angle. They have to fuse, connect, and resonate with each other. It's so complicated. I've fused it for almost 3 years, but I've just reached the entry level. And it's under such an abnormal cultivating speed. If it were someone else, it would take him hundreds of years to fuse it. It's not right. People don't have 2 souls, so they can't fuse it successfully. At this moment, Yi Qinghan hated that his brain couldn't be the most advanced computer in his previous life. This eternal space was too hard to fuse. If he made a small mistake, he would have to start all over again. The level of complexity was comparable to that of a high-level restriction. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally knew why no one could fuse this mystery successfully. His 2 souls had almost fused until his soul was in chaos and collapsed. If he had only 1 soul, even if he could find the right direction, he would go crazy sooner or later. Until now, he hadn't found any side effects of this soul mutation. Quite the contrary, it had brought him endless benefits. At least, if it weren't his soul mutation, he would never be able to fuse Close Yet Skyline and Eternal Space. Chapter 967. The rooftop of the soul-devouring city master's mansion. A jet-black little beast directly rushed out from the entrance of the rooftop. Its speed was very fast, and it didn't slow down after entering the rooftop. It directly flew to the crystal square table, grabbed the spirit fruit on the table, and gnawed on it. It was not polite at all. Lord Devour, who was sitting on a chair reading a book, wasn't angry at all. Quite the contrary, he smiled affectionately at Xiao Hei. "What's wrong, Xiao Hei? Who provoked you? Tell Auntie. I'll help you vent your anger." Xiao Hei rolled his eyes, getting angrier. "Auntie, you said that you would transform me. Why haven't you done it after 1.5 years? How long do I have to wait? This soul-devouring city is so boring." "Haha, are you worried about your big brother? Or do you want to transform and go to Leaping Spring City to propose marriage?" Lord Devour smiled leisurely. He could see through Xiao Hei's thoughts at first glance. When Li Shuai was in the soul-devouring city, Xiao Hei's mood was normal. But now, he was getting more and more irritable. He smiled faintly and continued, "Originally, I didn't think your soul would reach the God the Arch realm so quickly, so I didn't prepare any items. Now, I've already sent people to look for them, and they're almost done. There's only 1 treasure left. Once I buy this treasure, I'll immediately activate the secret technique to transform you." "What treasure? Why does it take so long? Even if it's the westernmost southern mountain continent, it should be here by now, right?" Xiao Hei blinked his eyes skeptically. Lord Devour didn't lack divine stones. Even if he had visited all 6 continents of the divine world through the teleportation formation, it would take him at most half a year. Lord Devour smiled and said, "This treasure is called the soul-transforming grass, one of the most important herbs for you to transform. Xiao Hei, don't think that the divine world only consists of the 6 continents and the Star Sea. There are many places in the divine world that you haven't heard of. Not only you, but many palace masters don't know about them." "What? There are many places in the divine world that even the palace masters don't know about?" "Auntie, what do you mean? Are there many continents in the divine world?" Xiao Hei cried out in surprise when he heard this. If these words were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge earthquake in the God realm. Hee. The other continents might not have it, but the immortal world had a lot of secret realms. In other words, it was a large parallel space. These secret realms were connected to the immortal world. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to find such an entrance. Without reaching the strength of a venerable, they would not be able to enter. Take the hidden monarch for example. Many people in the immortal realm knew of his existence, but very few people knew that he actually lived in a secret realm. And the soul transformation grass that you need to transform is also in a secret realm. Lord Devour explained to Xiao Hei gently and impatiently. If other people saw this, they would be astounded. Since when did the cold-blooded and heartless Lord Devour become so gentle and talkative? Of course, in the entire God world, Only Xiao Hei could make Lord Devour so gentle and kind. Arcane Realm? Auntie, is it fun in the Mystic Realm? Who lives there? Xiao Hei's curiosity was piqued. He blinked his big eyes and asked. Lord Devour looked at Xiao Hei and recalled the soul-devouring beast that looked exactly like Xiao Hei many years ago. However, the soul-devouring beast's eyes were shining with intelligence and confidence. A gleam of reminiscence flashed in her eyes as if she was recalling the days when she and the Soul Emperor went to explore the great secret realms. Her mouth curved into a sweet smile, which made her face, which wasn't really beautiful, extremely beautiful. After a while she said, "It's fun in the Mystic Realms. There are many interesting races and some secret realms have many venerable experts. Moreover, many races have special abilities. There are many treasures that the God Realm doesn't have. Of course, it's dangerous. When I traveled with your father in the God Realm, we went to many secret realms. It was the happiest time of my life." Father! Xiao Hei shivered. He hadn't asked Lord Devour about his parents because he was scared. At this moment, when Lord Devour mentioned them, and from his tone, it sounded like his father was dead. Xiao Hei was shaken. Lord Devour put on a serious face and said, "Xiao Hei, after you transform, I will tell you everything about your parents. Your father told me to tell you this. Anyway, I can tell you one thing. Your father is the greatest man in this world. No one else." "Yeah, Auntie. I want to go to Flame Dragon City to play. When the soul-transforming grass is delivered, send me a message." Xiao Hei kept silent for a while and then lowered his voice. His eyes darted around as if his father's shadow was everywhere in this city, and he didn't dare to look at him. Instinctively, he wanted to run away. "Go. You can go anywhere you want as long as you don't get out of the Misty Continent. If you get out of the Misty Continent, I will catch you immediately." Lord Devour nodded. He didn't refuse, but his voice was firm and didn't allow any doubt. Xiao Hei didn't want to bring the guards that Lord Devour had arranged. However, Madame Jiao wanted to accompany Xiao Hei to travel around. Xiao Hei didn't refuse. Xiao Hei knew that Lord Devour had asked Madame Jiao to monitor him. When the two of them appeared in Flame Dragon City, Xiao Hei was a little surprised. This was because Flame Dragon City had become even bigger, and the various buildings had become even more majestic than before. The city was bustling with people. Although the population wasn't as big as before, it was gradually regaining its prosperity. Apparently, Lord Devour had spent a lot of money and effort. Not long after Xiao Hei appeared, two silhouettes dashed toward him. One of them was wearing a full set of black armor, with a stocky back and a wolf-like waist. His aura was overbearing, and the two small black horns on his head showed his identity. He was Lei Zhen. The other one had long golden hair on his face and exposed skin. If he wasn't the Monster King, who could he be? "Greetings, Madame Jiao. Xiao Hei, welcome home." Lei Zhen clasped his fists with a faint smile on his face. However, the melancholy in his eyebrows couldn't be concealed. The Monster King nodded indifferently and didn't say anything. "Hello, Uncle Lei Zhen. Let's talk inside." Regarding Lei Zhen, Xiao Hei and Yi Qinghan both called him the same. Madame Jiao also nodded to greet him. Lei Zhen nodded and took the lead to fly into the City Lord Palace. "Xiao Hei, what did Lord Devour say?" "Firework." As soon as they entered the City Lord Palace and sat down, Lei Zhen asked anxiously. He and Lei Kuang had gone to ask Lord Devour and the Misty Sovereign, but Lord Devour didn't give them a definite answer. The Misty Sovereign didn't even want to see them. Now that Xiao Hei was here, of course, he asked anxiously. Xiao Hei frowned. He also had deep feelings for Firework. They had spent a long time together in the baleful Yin stream. He even treated her as his boss's wife because he could see Firework's deep love for Yi Qinghan. Now that Firework was caught, she might die. He was also heartbroken. After a moment of silence he said, "My aunt said that she can't do anything in the Star Sea. The Sovereign can't go to the Star Sea for this matter, but she said she would think of a way." Lei Zhen's face darkened. The last time he asked to see Lord Devour, he got the same answer. Think of a way? What way could there be? There were billions of star soldiers and dozens of venerables outside Soul Emperor Island. If the Sovereign didn't take action, who could solve this situation? Who could save Firework? Thinking of Firework's delicate body surrounded by a pack of wolves, Lei Zhen couldn't imagine what would happen next. He remembered that Fireworks was still a virgin. The virginity of the Thunder God clan was very useful for cultivation bottlenecks. Now that she was in a wolf's den, surrounded by tigers and wolves, Lei Zhan did not dare to imagine what would happen next. Monster King, help the senior elder group deal with the Flame Dragon City matter. Xiaohei, Madame Jiu, I have something to do. I will leave first. Receiving the same answer again, Lei Zhan couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up and said a few words. Then, he flew outside and instantly entered the teleportation formation. Before Madame Jiu and Monster King Xiaohei could react, Lei Zhan's figure had already rushed outside. Madame Jiu used her divine senses to scan and was shocked. She cried out involuntarily, Lei Zhan is going to the teleportation formation of the Myriad Water Manor? He wants to go to Soul Emperor Island? He is going to rescue Firework alone? Chapter 968. Uncle Lei Zhan is sending himself to his death. No, I have to chase him back. Xiaohei's hair immediately stood up when he heard that. He turned into an afterimage and dashed out. This frightened Ninth Lord. She quickly took out the communication jade talisman to send a message to Lord Devour. At the same time, she chased after Lei Zhan. Swish. However, Ninth Lord's strength wasn't high, and Xiaohei's speed was terrifying. By the time she and the demon the Arch chased after him, Xiaohei had already turned into a white light and disappeared into the teleportation array. The guards guarding the teleportation array didn't dare to stop Xiaohei. Ninth Lord didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the teleportation array. The demon Thearcha's nose twitched. His eyes had a flash of urgency and confusion. After living in the Flame Dragon City for so many years, his heart was no different from a human's. There were many demonic beasts that had reached the 7th grade transformation stage. However, they usually occupied a mountain in the wild or became the sole slave of an expert. Yi Qinghan was very respectful to him and treated him as a human. The people in the Flame Dragon City also treated him as an important person. Lei Zhan was also very polite to him. He was already used to this kind of life. If Yi Qinghan died, Lei Zhan died, and the Flame Dragon City had a new master, he wouldn't know what to do in the future. Lei Zhan indeed teleported to the sea and didn't inform the Lei clan. Because he knew that even if the entire Lei clan went, they would still die. He knew that he was sending himself to his death, but his daughter was there. He had to send himself to his death. When Xiaohei teleported to 5-Star City, Lei Zhan had already driven a dragon boat out to the sea. The dragon boat was already prepared. It was obvious that Lei Zhan had already planned to go out to the sea. Lei Zhan didn't choose to teleport directly to the Blood Knight continent from Longyang Prefecture because he was afraid that the Lei clan would know and follow him. Xiaohei actually wanted to catch up with Lei Zhan and go with him. However, Lei Zhan was already gone. He didn't know what to do. He wandered around the plaza of 5-Star City and finally scratched his head helplessly. Xiao. Not long after, Lord Jiu's figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Then, the space beside Xiaohei fluctuated and a fiery red figure suddenly teleported out. Xiaohei, are you ready to be naughty again? Lord Devour didn't seem to blame him. He just said faintly, waving his hand to arrange a god domain that isolated their conversation. Auntie, I'm really worried about Boss. If Fireworks and Lei Zhan die, Boss will be very sad. Facing Lord Devour's eyes that could see through everything, Xiaohei didn't argue, just begging. Sir, Lei Zhan just went out to sea. Madame Jiu lowered her voice. After reporting the situation, she didn't say anything else. Lord Devour had his own plan, so she didn't need to say more. The Lei family has a genius. Although he knows he's going to die, he didn't hesitate. He came alone. This kind of heroic spirit is rare. If Lei Zhan doesn't die this time, he will have a chance to break through to the venerable realm. Lord Devour looked at the blood-red sea of stars in the distance, sighing gloomily. Xiaohei didn't say anything more. She just looked at Lord Devour with more pleading eyes. Lord Jiu also couldn't bear it. Lord Devour still didn't say anything. He just stood there in silence. Buzz! At this moment, the teleportation formation glowed again. 2 graceful figures appeared in the formation. Xiaohei and Madame Jiu looked around, their eyes filled with astonishment. A figure wearing a white dress appeared in the teleportation formation. She stuck out her tongue at Xiaohei, blinking her eyes. The other figure was wearing a black leather dress. Her body was curvy and sexy. They were Li Shui, and Yin Ling. Apparently, they had used their family's spies to find out the situation of Xiao He and Lei Zhen. They had come here immediately. The five-star city appeared. An eccentric small beast and two peerless beauties had attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the square and the guards of the teleportation formation. No one had expected that two more peerless beauties would show up. Instantly, people in the square swallowed their saliva. Lord Devour arched his brows. He released his god domain, covering the two of them. At the same time, the outside of the god domain changed color, blocking the greedy eyes outside. Lord Devour's eyes scanned the sky on the left. The space on the left rippled, and two figures appeared out of thin air. The place where Lord Devour had just teleported was by the teleportation formation. Moreover, the space ripple wasn't that big, so some people couldn't react. But now, everybody in the square had reacted. They hurried to kneel on one knee, not daring to look around. At the same time they shouted, "Greetings, Lord!" Two venerables and several peerless beauties came to this small city at the same time. Everybody was guessing if something big had happened. The two of them didn't mind the people on the square, walking into Lord Devour's god domain. They bent to greet him, forcing a smile. "My lord, we can't control this kid anymore." "All right, Li Quan Yu Duanfei, don't act like this." Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with the light of understanding. Apparently, everybody wanted her to go to Soul King Island. Without Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's connivance, how could Li Shui, and Yin Ling get the news that fast? Did they know that Xiao He and I were here? The two of them were really good at putting on a pitiful act. However, although they were worried about Yi Qing Han, weren't they trying to be friendly to Lord Devour in disguise? "Auntie," Xiao He begged again, her eyes sparkling. Li Shui, Yin Ling, Lord Nine, and the two venerables also looked at Lord Devour with begging eyes. "Forget it." Lord Devour looked at Xiao He's pitiful eyes and heaved a deep sigh, forcing a smile. "Let's go to Soul King Island. Anyway, I have to warn you. If there isn't a good chance, I won't take action." "Yeah. Auntie, I know you're the best. You love me the most." As soon as Lord Devour relaxed, Xiao He, Li Shui, and Yin Ling cheered up. Xiao He directly jumped on Lord Devour's shoulder, kissing him. Lord Nine, Li Quan, and Yu Duanfei wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. They were so embarrassed. Lord Devour shook his head with a forced smile. After sending some messages, he brought his people and teleported to the Star Sea. He swung his hand, and a small red dragon boat appeared on the sea. The few of them flew in, and Paragon Li Quan personally controlled the dragon boat as it shot forward. Its speed was even faster than Paragon Moonchaser's control of the dragon boat. Apparently, this dragon boat was much better than Moonchaser's. Outside Soul King Island, Li Fei's face was filled with excitement. In another 3 days, it would be the end of the 2-year agreement with Yi Qing Han. He was incomparably looking forward to seeing Yi Qing Han being torn into pieces by him, roaring in pain. Thinking about how he brought Yi Qing Han's head back to Supreme Island, Li Kong's face was full of gratification, and the Li family members were full of admiration and worship. Li Fei felt his heart beating a little excitedly. "Xie Yu, send a message to Yi Qing Han. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, I'm going to kill him." Li Fei stood up, looking at more than 30 venerables on the dragon boat. He was so happy. With a wave of his hand he ordered, "Xia Tian, take everyone to their positions and be on high alert. Prepare to activate the formation and tie those 3 up to the dragon boat. If Yi Qing Han doesn't come out after 3 days, tear them apart one by one. You can do whatever you want with that little beauty." Not long after, 3 crosses were erected on the 3 dragon boats that were surrounded by the 10 billion star army, and on the crosses, 3 people were chained with black iron chains. Each of them was guarded by 2 venerables. The origin energy in their hands flowed slowly, and they were ready to tear those 3 people into pieces at any time. At this moment, the wind and waves on the Star Sea seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and the blood-red seawater below became even brighter. Chapter 969. The moment Venomous Snake Warrior God, Dragon Warrior God, and Fireworks were captured by Evil Moon, they had a bad feeling. Needless to say, their identities weren't that important. After this trip to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, The Viper War God and the other man had become members of the soul-devouring palace. However, they understood clearly that in Lord Devour's eyes, they were just passers-by. At first, Fireworks thought that someone was trying to take advantage of her Thunder God body. She even made up her mind that if someone tried to violate her, she would choose to self-destruct. However, apart from having their divine gems sealed, the three of them hadn't suffered any harm or abuse in the past few years. Today, the three of them were brought to the dragon boat and tied up tightly with frigid ice chains. Furthermore, there were two supremacies watching over them. Most importantly, there was a very familiar island ahead. Soul Emperor Island. The three of them finally confirmed a certain speculation in their hearts. Viper turned his head and exchanged glances with Dragon. He could see the helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. Fireworks stared at the beautiful Soul King Island in the distance. Her eyes were misty, but she did not look dispirited or sad. Her weak body appeared on the dragon boat, but she began to exude a sense of determination. She raised her head slightly, and the sparkling light in her eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, she revealed a look of anticipation. The Viper and the Dragon swept away the fireworks. Then, a gleam of light flashed in their eyes as they looked at each other again. Similarly, the helplessness in their eyes faded away and was replaced by determination. The three of them made a decision. If the situation became irredeemable, they would not try to salvage it. The star army around them became excited. Even the venerable ones who were guarding fireworks and the others had a cruel smile in their eyes. The Star Ocean was about to regain its lost glory and dignity. He possessed the strongest martial prowess in the immortal world. The force that had the most venerables in the immortal realm. The sea of stars that no one had dared to provoke for millions of years. But by a trash martial artist, a little divine king. He was ruthlessly slapped in the face countless times. After being stabbed countless times, the Star Sea's reputation fell to its lowest point in history, and it became the laughingstock of the entire immortal realm. As long as Yi Qinghan is alive, the martial artists of the Star Sea would not be able to raise their heads. They would continue to be the laughingstock of the entire god realm. This was the shame of every martial artist in the Star Sea. An unprecedented shame. 3 more days. This shame would be completely washed away. They would take back the glory that belonged to them. He continued to raise his head and stand proudly on the starry sea with his spine straight. Compared to these low-level martial artists, the 30 over-venerables cared more about their reputation. At the same time, this was a very important opportunity. As long as he performed well, he might be able to gain the favor of the Star Monarch. He might even have a chance to enter the Nepha's Abyss the next time it opened. The nefarious abyss had produced a 5th grade 9th grade war god. All the martial artists and venerables of the Star Sea treated this battle as a battle of honor, the most important battle of their lives. Although the enemy was only one person, although the enemy looked like a small divine king that could be crushed with a raise of the hand, the atmosphere outside Soul Emperor Island became incomparably solemn at this moment. The smell of gunpowder in the air became more and more intense. A storm was brewing. Soul Emperor Pavilion. Illusory Palace. The atmosphere inside was not as relaxed as the outside. The enchantress could no longer smile. Even the alluring aura around her body had faded a little. 3 days. Only 3 days left. She could not decide whether she should wake up Yi Qinghan or not. As a member of the demon clan, the inherited memories in her mind told her to listen to Yi Qinghan and not to disobey him. However, deep in her heart, she already had a deep affection for this young man. Moreover, Yi Qinghan shouldered the great mission of avenging the Soul Emperor. How could she allow Yi Qinghan to fall because of this matter? She did not know what to do. She paced back and forth in the hall with her beautiful eyebrows tightly knitted. Yellow flowers piled up on the floor, haggard and withered. Who could pluck them now? Guarding the window, how could it be dark alone? The parasol tree was drizzling, and it was dusk, bit by bit. How could this be described with the word, worry? She sighed deeply and slowly turned around. However, at this moment, her body suddenly stopped moving. A pair of limpid eyes, with some astonishment, looked at the green figure on the white jade bed. That figure still did not move, but his eyes had already opened and were staring at her with bright and piercing eyes. However, within those clear black and white eyes, there seemed to be a faint trace of melancholy. After Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he did not speak. Instead, He stared at the Yao Ji in a daze, as if deep in thought. The Yao Ji did not move, nor did she speak. She just stared at Yi Qinghan from a distance, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness like water. Gradually, Yi Qinghan's eyes became confused, as if he was in a dream. He opened his eyes and glanced at her, then continued to sleep. Moreover, he even began to murmur softly, as if he was talking in his sleep. No, this isn't how the eternal space is fused. Could it be that I've fused it wrongly? Otherwise, why can't I fuse it at the last step? The Yao Ji did not dare to move even more. She knew that Yi Qinghan had reached the last step of the fusion. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have reached a bottleneck and was stuck at the last step. What is the use of the eternal space? How does he need to release it? Eternal? Could it be that a certain space has reached eternal? There seems to be the laws of time involved. Could it be that I've fused it wrongly? No, if the fusion was wrong, why would I be stuck at the last step? Yi Qinghan stood up and started to wander around the hall while muttering to himself. He actually turned a blind eye to Yao Ji, as if he was a lunatic. His eyes were bewildered and his footsteps were unsteady. One moment he was shouting, the next moment he was shaking his head. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan casually waved his hands, simultaneously releasing the 4 basic profound mysteries: spatial ripple, spatial lock, spatial restriction, and spatial tremor. The 4 profound mysteries were instantly released around him. They did not seem to affect each other, as if they were doing their own thing. However, they seemed to be fusing, resonating, and intertwining with each other. The surrounding space suddenly became distorted and illusory. Yi Qinghan actually disappeared within it. The space in front of the Yao Ji seemed to have become a landscape painting, a painting of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. This landscape painting was very mysterious. The moment the landscape painting was formed, the Yao Ji's eyes shrank and she was incomparably shocked. After carefully looking at it for a while, the more the Yao Ji looked, the more mysterious and mystical she felt. Moreover, she felt as if her soul was being sucked into this painting. There seemed to be an inexplicable power brewing in that space, ready to explode at any moment and destroy everything. At this moment, the Yao Ji's heart was filled with a sense of fear. Something was wrong. The Yao Ji's eyebrows suddenly jumped up. She felt that something was wrong. This landscape painting was very beautiful, very mysterious, but it seemed to be missing something. The soul. It was missing the finishing touch. Clearly, as long as Yi Qinghan finished the final stroke, the painting would come to life. The terrifying energy brewing in the painting would be completely released, destroying everything. Even before the fusion was complete, it was still able to make her feel fear. Make her, a supremacy, feel fear? What kind of mystical profound mysteries was this? What kind of power was this? No wonder the profound mysteries of heaven and earth had appeared when they fused together. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually regained their clarity. However, the melancholy in his eyes still shone. He looked at the Yao Ji and sighed. How much longer until the appointed time? Chapter 970. Yao Ji was stunned once more. Then with a bit of shame she whispered, "There's still 2.5 days. There's still 2.5 days? There's no hurry. Come here, Yao Ji. I need your strength." Yi Qinghan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he faintly smiled. There wasn't a hint of worry or urgency in his voice. He was incomparably calm, his temperament as steady as Mount Tai. He even walked over to the bed and sat down, beckoning Yao Ji over with his hand. What? Yao Ji suspiciously looked at Yi Qinghan. She looked left and right, as if she didn't recognize Yi Qinghan at all. What time was it? And yet he was still thinking about such things. Could it be that Yi Qinghan's previous personality was a facade, and Yi Qinghan was actually a cold-blooded and heartless person? Don't look at me like that. I haven't changed. I need to enter the 5th level of soul silence. I need to revolve my soul even faster. I need to be calmer. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. His personality had indeed changed. After experiencing the death of the Mount Wu Wind Emperor, his personality had become much more mature. Before the great battle, what he needed was a calmer mind. Being impulsive would not save anyone. It would only kill himself, and kill everyone related to him. You must go out? Must you fight? Yao Ji felt that at this moment, This little man had become a grown man. The invisible aura and aura around him was actually comparable to the Soul Emperor of the past. It was just that the Soul Emperor of the past was a sharp treasure sword, constantly radiating light in all directions and threatening cold air. Yi Qinghan's temperament was like an unsheathed treasure sword. Normally he was as gentle as jade, but once he was unsheathed, his killing intent soared to the heavens. Yi Qinghan's complexion turned serious. He straightened up and said, "As my woman, this question, you shouldn't ask. If the person outside was you, I wouldn't hesitate either." The enchantress was slightly taken aback. Then, she smiled and said nothing. She swayed her plump buttocks as she slowly walked over. Her pair of snow-white hands began to undress Yi Qinghan. After she had completely stripped Yi Qinghan naked, she hugged his legs and laid him flat on the bed. Then, she began to slowly remove the veil on her body. A woman's most beautiful moment was not when she was wearing beautiful clothes, nor was she completely naked. Instead, it was when she took off her clothes. When her clothes were slowly taken off, when those peerless beauties were revealed bit by bit, that moment of grace was so soul-stirring, so ecstatic. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. He allowed half of his soul to worry and let his imagination run wild. The other half of his soul didn't want to think about these things. Instead, he wholeheartedly admired this peerless body that was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her fine black hair was tied into a beautiful bun, revealing her crystal-clear earlobes and her snow-white jade neck. Her messy hair hung down, adding a bit of charm. Her large, limpid eyes rippled like spring water. Her creamy skin was abnormally smooth, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her towering twin peaks formed a stark contrast with her slender waist. The slowly wriggling little red string made one's blood boil. Yi Qinghan didn't move. Instead, he comfortably closed his eyes. His slightly furrowed eyebrows slowly relaxed at this moment. The enchantress smiled faintly. Like a soft white snake, she leaned forward. Her pink tongue flicked out like a snake's tongue. It carried a trace of warmth as it flowed along Yi Qinghan's strong and powerful body. It brought Yi Qinghan the highest level of enjoyment in the god realm. Yi Qinghan's eyebrows relaxed more and more. His entire body began to sink into an indescribable state. Along with the enchantress's peerless body and peerless masterpiece, Yi Qinghan's body kept twisting, rubbing, and moving up and down. The entire dream palace was once again stirred up by a strong wind. There was an ancient saying that before a general went to war, a beauty would play the zither and sing loudly. At this moment, the enchantress felt that she was that beauty, playing a song for Yi Qinghan before he left. Send him away or send him to his death. At this moment, Lord Devour's order and the doubts in her heart were all gone. She knew that this man had to fight. He had to fight for the people outside, for her, and for himself. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes even tighter. An intoxicating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body didn't move. He let the enchantress sway above him. It was as if he had turned into the overlord of Jiangdong. He sat quietly on the high platform, calmly watching the enchantress play the last song for him. The wind in the dream palace became stronger and stronger. "Auntie, haven't you found Uncle Lei Zhen?" Not far from the Soul Emperor Island, a small dragon boat was floating on the sea that was only 10,000 meters away from the Star Army. It was strange that the dragon boat was quietly floating on the sea, but the countless Star Army and venerables hiding around 10,000 meters away didn't seem to see it. Inside the dragon boat, Xiao He, Li Shui, Yinling Lord Jiu, and the two venerables were sitting in the main hall, protecting Lord Devour. Through the transparent shield of the dragon boat, they could see the situation outside. At this moment, Xiao He, who was standing on the table, asked the calm Lord Devour. Yi Qinghan was indebted to Lei Zhen, which meant that Xiao He was indebted to Lei Zhen. It was Fireworks' father again. Of course Xiao He was worried. Since Lord Devour was here, Xiao He thought that Fireworks and Yi Qinghan could be saved, so he wasn't worried. At this moment, he was worried about Lei Zhen, who hadn't shown up yet. Lei Zhen had a fiery temper. Previously, in the Seal God Valley, he had dared to fight against the Wind Emperor and the Monster Sovereign alone. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't give up. However, today was the last day, and Lei Zhen hadn't shown up yet. Were they late? Was Lei Zhen dead? Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei were also worried. Although they weren't close to Lei Zhen, They had to show their attitude to show Lord Devour. Li Shu'er and Lord Jiu's faces were filled with anxiety, and it was clear that their emotions came from the bottom of their hearts. It was especially so when they saw Fireworks' frail body on the dragon boat in the distance. She was trembling slightly on the tall cross, and both of them bit their lips, their eyes misting up. Ling was also worried, but she was more excited. That man. It's been a long time since she saw him. She wondered how he would show up. Lord Devour sat there quietly like a mountain, standing still. His face didn't change, but he extended his hand, caressing Xiao Hei's head. Don't rush. Let's see. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Lord Devour seemed to have brought them here to watch a good show? If Lord Devour didn't move, they couldn't move even if they wanted to. It was useless for Xiao Hei and the others to cause trouble. Even if Lord Devour didn't remove the restriction on the dragon boat, no one would be able to get out. Send a message to Yi Qing Han. If he doesn't show up in 2 hours, he'll have to collect his corpse. On one of the dragon boats, Li Fei's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at the Soul Emperor Island. His spirit sense constantly swept the surroundings. Although his expression was calm, he couldn't hide the excitement and urgency in his eyes. Venerable Evil Moon bowed and nodded. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he sent a message. At the same time, Venerable Xia Tian sent a message to the Star Army outside. Yi Qing Han. If he doesn't show up in 2 hours, I'll kill 3 of you. Not long after, the entire Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island shouted at the same time. Their voices were like a clap of thunder on the flat ground, causing the surrounding seawater to vibrate and set off huge waves. The simultaneous roar of 10 billion people was enough to shake the world and startle the 4 seas. The rumbling echoes reverberated in all directions, lasting for a long time without end. However, before the roar could fade completely, an even louder roar was heard. Although the roar came from one person, it was so imposing that it seemed to be able to resist the roar of 10 billion people. Fireworks. Don't be afraid. Father is here. Father is here to save you. From a distance, a dragon boat shot over like a sharp sword. A stalwart man in purple was standing on the dragon boat. His purple hair fluttered in the air, making him look like a demon king. He was holding a silver spear in his hand. Although the spearhead was facing backward, the cold murderous aura was like a gust of wind that pressed down on the Star Army. Lei Zhan was here. Chapter 971. Lei Zhan was alone, but no one knew how he could drive the dragon boat. One man, one spear, facing the 10 billion Star Army, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he looked like he was looking down on the world. He was fighting against so many people alone, but he was still so domineering. This kind of scene looked very soul-stirring and made one's blood boil. It was just like what was described in the ancient books. A general facing tens of thousands of enemies alone, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward, trying to turn the tide, to turn the situation around. However, in the eyes of the 10 billion Star Army and countless venerables, it was like they were seeing a fool. A farmer with a kitchen knife facing a bunch of fully armed fools. Father! A desolate scream arose. Fireworks, who had been emotionless since she was tied to the cross, finally couldn't hold it anymore. She started to cry. She was muddle-headed and heartbroken. She twisted her body crazily and screamed at Lei Zhan. No matter how strong a person was, when they faced their family, they would reveal the most vulnerable part of their heart. The Viper War God and the Dragon War God exchanged looks again. They felt their blood boiling, and tears rolled down their cheeks. Although they knew Lei Zhan was stupid and naive, neither of them thought that Lei Zhan was wrong. It was the most sincere love a father had for his daughter. What emotion in the world could move people more than this? Lei Zhan knew he was going to die, but he still came. He came without hesitation, and he came with arrogance. Lei Zhan is a hero of this generation. Even in such a situation, he can still be so imposing and domineering. I am not as good as him. In the dragon boat not far from them, Lord Devour was still emotionless. However, Li Quan's eyes were shining, and he sighed sincerely. Lei Zhan is a real man. Yu Duanfei's eyes were misty, but there was a strange light deep in her eyes. She thought to herself, if such a man could die for me, my life would be worth it. He's an idiot, a complete idiot. If he doesn't die now, when will he? He's so stupid. Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's pleading didn't move Lord Devour. Quite the contrary, it seemed Lei Zhan had touched the scar in Lord Shi's heart. He slapped the table and cursed indignantly. His eyes were filled with rage and pain. Inside the dragon boat, as Lord Devour was enraged, the air seemed to freeze. Even dripping spring and flying rain felt a strong pressure. The others felt like a mountain was pressing on them, suffocating them. Xiao He and Madame Jiu wanted to say something, but Lord Devour was enraged for no reason. They kept quiet out of fear, and the cold air rose in the dragon boat. No one dared to say another word. Lord Devour rarely lost her temper. At least, they had never seen her this furious. Li Fei, come out and see me. At this time, everyone was attracted by Lei Zhan's angry roar. At this moment, Lei Zhan was already less than 100 miles away from the Star Army. He stepped on the dragon boat and his body turned into a series of afterimages. He flew thousands of meters into the sky and shouted from above. It was as if Li Fei was a small character, his subordinate. Humph! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can call out His Excellency's name? You're courting death. A 7th grade war god from the Lei family dares to be so insolent? Kill him. Kill this bastard. No, capture him and tie him to their daughter. The Star Army was instantly enraged. Countless people cursed. Of course, no one dared to move, because Li Fei had set up a great formation. If the people were disorderly, the formation would be messed up. No one dared to face Honorable Li Fei's anger. Sir, should I go out and capture him alive? In the dragon boat, Honorable Xia Tian and Honorable Evil Moon asked at the same time. The honorables outside had already set up the formation, so they could not move recklessly. At this moment, the two of them naturally volunteered. Otherwise, Li Fei would have to capture a mere 7th grade war god himself. No need. Li Fei shook his head, his face grave. A 7th grade war god suddenly appeared at this critical moment? Although this person was Fireworks' father, Li Fei did not dare to be careless. Perhaps it was a conspiracy of the Misty Continent? Otherwise, what was the point of sending a 7th grade war god to his death? After a moment of silence, Li Fei said, send 10 7th grade war gods. Don't capture him alive, just kill him. Pass down the message. The rest of the people are not to move. Honorable Xia Tian nodded. At this critical moment, it was better not to have any accidents. He hurriedly passed down the message. Not long after, 10 7th grade war gods shot out and charged toward Lei Zhan. Without a word of nonsense, all of them used their killer moves. Father, hurry up and leave. Leave now. Fireworks screamed again. At this moment, she was already in a mess. Her whole body was twisting desperately. Her wrists, ankles and neck, which was like a swan's, were all scratched by the ice chains. Her hair was disheveled, her beautiful face was filled with pain, and her eyes were filled with despair. Lei Zhan's expression did not change, and he did not look at the fireworks. His silver spear danced wildly, and the 2 purple horns on his head flickered with lightning. The silver spear was also surrounded by arcs of lightning, emitting crackling sounds. 10 7th grade war gods shot toward him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a series of afterimages, and at the same time, the arcs of electricity on the 2 horns on his head shone even brighter. He actually used his ultimate move, the Wrath of the Thunder God. Terrifying electricity flickered between the silver spear and the 2 horns, and finally turned into arcs of electricity as thick as a fist. They violently shot out in the shape of a fan. The arcs of electricity attracted each other, creating bursts of electricity. A terrifying aura emanated from the arcs of electricity, and the temperature of the air instantly rose. Like an electric net, it shot toward the 10 7th grade war gods. F***CK, what's that? The 10 7th grade war gods were startled. Even though they did not know how powerful this thing was, they felt that human flesh could not withstand it. They immediately changed their direction and dodged to the side. Lei Zhan sneered. His body once again turned into a series of afterimages, shooting to the left. The spearhead turned into a series of afterimages, enveloping the 4 7th grade war gods. Hiss hiss. The electric snakes made heart-palpitating noises, and unexpectedly changed their direction along with the others. This was not important. What was important was that the electric snakes suddenly sped up. Under the frightened gazes of the 10 countless electric snakes instantly caught up to them and coiled around their bodies. In an instant, a pungent burning smell pervaded the air. The bodies of the 4 simultaneously trembled, and then 4 crisp sounds of watermelons cracking rang out. Lei Zhen's eyes were like lightning. His figure flashed again, and he dodged to the right. He easily brandished his long spear, and enveloped the 6 7th grade war gods. Then, 6 more watermelon cracking noises rang out. A red and white rain floated down from the sky. Blood and brain matter streaked across the sky. 10 headless corpses fell silently, and 10 sparkling divine crystals floated up, dazzling and resplendent. Hiss! A series of gasps sounded. Countless eyes stared at Lei Zhen, who was standing proudly in the sky, as if they could not believe their own eyes. Since when did 7th grade war gods become like cabbages that could be killed in an instant? Even Fireworks stopped crying and struggling. She looked at Lei Zhen as if she did not know him. Since when did this father of hers become so strong? However, Fireworks seemed to recall something. Her eyes became dazed, and she felt that something was wrong. Chapter 972. Wow, Auntie, Uncle Lei Zhen, Uncle Lei Zhen. The people on the dragon boat were also shocked. Xiao He pointed at Lei Zhen, then looked at Lord Devour, stuttering. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They looked at Lord Devour, waiting for his explanation. The Lei family finally has a talent, Lord Devour said faintly, ignoring Xiao He and the others' doubtful looks. Only Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei looked as if they had expected it. Yu Duanfei's eyes brightened when he looked at Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen had almost instantly killed 10 war gods at the peak of 7th grade, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He continued to stand proudly in the air, ignoring the divine crystals and spatial rings floating in the air. He raised his spear and said, "Li Fei, come out and talk." This time, no one dared to insult him. Lei Zhen had used the death of 10 war gods to prove his strength, and that he was qualified to talk to Li Fei directly. Li Fei, Xie Yu, and Xia Tian exchanged looks. They were all surprised. The bloodline of the Thunder God was powerful, but it wasn't strong enough to kill someone at the same level. "Lord, I'll go out and meet him." Venerable Xia Tian thought for a while and volunteered to go out and capture Lei Zhen. "Don't move. You stay in the middle to prevent any accidents. Pay attention to the formation. Don't move without my order. Our target is Yi Qing Han." Li Fei waved his hand. The more critical the moment, the more nervous she was. If they couldn't kill Yi Qing Han this time and let him escape, all their efforts would be in vain, and it would be hard to explain to Li Kong. Then, Li Fei teleported. However, he stood in the sky above the Star Army, looking at Lei Zhen. His long green hair fluttered in the air, very eye-catching. He looked at Lei Zhen coldly and said, "I am Li Fei. Lei Zhen, if you don't want to die, leave now." His tone was cold and overbearing. The Star Army's morale was boosted. This was the Star Sea's style, overbearing and unreasonable. Lei Zhen's expression did not change. He only coldly looked at Li Fei and said, "I'll exchange my daughter for your hostage. How about it? What if I refuse?" Li Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of playfulness as he said mockingly, "Very simple." With a wave of his hand, Lei Zhen actually retrieved the long spear. Then, a raging inferno erupted from his body, while a layer of white qi flowed out from his body. The white air current was very faint, but it was extremely eye-catching in the raging fire. Lei Zhen revealed a hint of craziness at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "If you refuse, then I will use the 10 million Star Army to die with me and my daughter." Hua! The Star Army was in an uproar, and Li Fei's expression changed. Xie Yu and Xia Tian, who were in the dragon boat, revealed expressions of, as expected. Inside the small dragon boat, Xiao He and Li Shui Er's group were more astounded. Lord Devour had a gleam of approval in his eyes. Viper and Firework Dragon's eyes lit up. Fireworks finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. After releasing Thunder God's fury, there would be a period of weakness. However, Lei Zhen did not show any signs of weakness. Lei Zhen, who was at the peak of rank 7, would definitely have a reaction. But where was the rank 8 Lei Zhen? Lei Zhen was determined to die, so he went to the Star Sea, but he suddenly reached rank 8 halfway. He became a venerable. Lord Devour said that if Lei Zhan did not die this time, he would most likely break through. Unexpectedly, he broke through in advance. Li Fei had a slight headache. If a venerable self-detonated, they might be fine, but the star army below would be in trouble. At this moment, the star army below had formed a large formation and blocked all the blind spots. It was absolutely impossible for Yi Qinghan to sneak out. However, it was a fatal spot now. The star army below was too densely packed. If Lei Zhan self-detonated, 10 million star army soldiers would die. It should be known that these star army soldiers were absolutely loyal to the Supreme Island's strongest group. The weakest martial artists were at least third-tier God King realm. If 10 million of them died at once, the Star Lord would definitely tear him apart. The most important thing was that once the explosion happened, the Star Army would be in chaos. If Yi Qinghan had been watching from the Soul Emperor Island, he would not have let go of such a good opportunity. He would have taken advantage of the chaos to escape. As the Deputy City Lord of Fiery Dragon City, Lei Zhan's influence on Yi Qinghan shouldn't be any lower than fireworks. Li Fei thought. Exchanging Lei Zhan for fireworks wasn't a loss. After all, she was a venerable, wasn't she? And a venerable with the Thunder God's bloodline. Father! Before Li Fei could say anything, a clear and melodious shout rang out from the other side. There was no sadness in the voice. It was very calm, attracting Li Fei's attention. Fireworks looked calm, but there was a tinge of guilt and sadness in her eyes. She laughed and said loudly, "I'm sorry." She smiled and said loudly, "Did you forget who you are? You have the Thunder God's bloodline. You are the first venerable of the Lei family in 10 million years. Fireworks is unfilial. I can't be filial to you anymore. Father, take care of yourself and take revenge for me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you even if I die. Big brother Yi, in the next life, Fireworks will be your wife." As she spoke, the two little pink horns on Fireworks' head suddenly lit up. Her creamy skin turned bright red. The scratches on her wrists, legs, and neck automatically healed. At the same time, arcs of lightning flashed on her skin, and her white palace dress fluttered without any wind. At that moment, she looked like a goddess descending into the world, incredibly pure and holy. A gentle light shone from her petite body, and a massive energy that made the two sovereigns guarding her feel fear spread out from her body. At this moment, the countless Star Army warriors on the dragon boat changed their expressions and began to run in all directions. Thunder God's sacrifice? Fireworks. Lei Zhan's face could no longer remain calm. This was a skill unique to women with the Thunder God's bloodline, and they had to be virgins. The explosion of energy was no less than the self-destruction of a 7th-grade war god. Originally, this Thunder God's sacrifice was offered to the man she loved to help him break through a bottleneck. Who would have thought that fireworks would be used to self-destruct? Auntie, Fireworks is going to die. Fireworks is going to die. In the small dragon boat, Xiao Hei's hair stood on end. Her entire body emitted a fierce aura. She anxiously jumped up and down in the dragon boat, constantly shouting at Lord Devour. Li Shui's fingernails dug deep into her palms. She bit her lips so hard that she didn't even realize that she had bitten them. Li Quan and Yu Duanfei's murderous aura burst out. They looked at Lord Devour. As long as she gave the order, they would not care about anything else. They would go out and kill. Lord Devour didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change. He didn't care about the others, but his eyes were not on Fireworks, but on Lei Zhan. Ha ha! Lei Zhan suddenly faced the sky and laughed crazily. The flames on his body became fiercer. He looked at Fireworks and slightly shook his head. His eyes were filled with madness. What does the Lei family have to do with me? I can't even care about my daughter? Do I still have to care about the Lei family? Fireworks. If you want to die, your father will accompany you to the 9 Nether Realm. Even if millions of people die with me, it's worth it. Chapter 973. Li Fei was panicking. What kind of people were they? Why did they want to self-destruct? A person only had one life. No one had ever been to the legendary 9 Nether Realm. No one knew if their soul would be sucked into the 9 Nether Realm. Martial artists were actually most afraid of death, because wasn't defying the heavens and changing one's fate all for the sake of obtaining greater power? Wasn't it to reach the peak of being a warrior, to be immortal, to be with heaven and earth? Venerables were afraid of death the most. In fact, when they reached this realm, it was rare to fight to the death. After all, it wasn't easy for them to reach this realm. Of course, it was a different story if someone killed their father or stole their wife. Now there was not only Lei Zhen, but also Lei Huayan, who had powerful energy. If the two of them exploded, the fireworks would be beautiful, but Li Fei guessed that she would be beautiful when she was slapped to death by Star Sovereign. Auntie, auntie, auntie! In the small dragon boat, Xiao He was so anxious that he wanted to bang his head on the wall. He almost roared at Lord Devour. The rest of the people in the dragon boat were also anxious like ants on a hot pan. But they didn't dare to talk to Lord Devour like that. They didn't even dare to speak. Lord Devour still didn't move. The space around Lei Zhen started to shake. He was about to teleport, but he still didn't move. But when Lei Zhen teleported into the Star Legion, and the Star Legion fled in all directions, Fireworks, Viper, Dragon, and the 6 Venerables were ready to teleport, Lord Devour moved. She stood up suddenly, her beautiful eyes brightening. But she wasn't looking at Lei Zhen and Fireworks, but at the sky. Then she sent a message. Lei Zhen, Lei Hua, Viper, and Dragon, don't move. Lei Zhen, Fireworks, and Viper received the message at the same time. The 4 of them were shocked. The flames on Fireworks and Lei Zhen's body gradually stopped burning. The 4 of them were ecstatic because this voice was Lord Devour's voice. Lord Devour came? Inside the small dragon boat, Venerable Li Quan and Duanfei were confused. They followed Lord Devour's gaze to the sky but didn't see anything. Why was Lord Devour acting so strangely? Swish! Countless members of the Star Army were fleeing. Similarly, under Li Fei's signal, countless Venerables teleported out and surrounded Lei Zhen and the other 3. If Lei Zhen and the fireworks self-destructed, the 30-odd Venerables could only rely on their origin energy to resist the shockwaves of the explosion. Otherwise, countless people would die. At the same time, Li Fei ordered the rest of the Star Army to stay alert and not panic, in case Yi Qinghan took advantage of the chaos to escape. This was the best solution that Li Fei could think of in an instant. However, the flames on Fireworks and Lei Zhen's bodies suddenly retracted. He actually didn't self-destruct. F***CK. Kill Lei Zhen for me. Li Fei was enraged. So many people had actually been fooled by Lei Zhen? With a furious roar, the weapons in the hands of countless Venerables began to revolve around them. They were about to attack. Buzz. With a flash of white light, Lei Zhen's body was surrounded by his origin energy and lightning. The 2 horns on his head shone with an incomparably dazzling white light. A small barrier of light enveloped Lei Zhen, Lei Hua, and Venomous Snake. Lei Zhen actually wanted to rely on the lightning god's protection to resist the attacks of more than 30 Venerables? Boom! Suddenly, just as Li Fei and the 30-odd Venerables were rushing towards Lei Zhen, something strange happened again. In the sky, countless rainbow-colored auspicious clouds appeared at lightning speed. These rainbow-colored auspicious clouds appeared very abruptly. No one knew where they came from. Moreover, each auspicious cloud contained a huge amount of energy. This kind of energy caused everyone present to tremble. That's right. They were trembling. Their bodies were trembling. Their souls were trembling. Every single cell in their body was trembling. Many people had seen the heaven and earth phenomenon before. Some had even witnessed it with their own eyes and felt it personally. However, none of them had seen such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon before. This was the purest heaven and earth energy, the most terrifying heaven and earth energy. The origin energy of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. Li Fei did not dare to move. All the Venerables did not dare to move. Under such a violent heaven and earth energy, who dared to move? If they used the heaven and earth energy to directly attack, even Li Kong would be turned into dregs in an instant. Rumble! Rumble! The rainbow-colored auspicious clouds in the sky constantly rubbed against each other, causing a series of rumbling sounds. This sound was much louder than the simultaneous roars of 10 billion people. At this moment, the 10 billion people below felt their ears ringing, and it was as if they had gone deaf. Within the countless auspicious clouds, numerous enormous white lightning bolts surged within. It was as if numerous true dragons were swimming within the clouds. The sound was vast and shocking. Each of those lightning dragons was 1,000 meters long and several meters thick. Every single one of them carried terrifying energy. Li Fei felt that any of the lightning dragons could instantly kill any of the venerables present. They wouldn't even be able to escape. This. My lord, this is... Venerable Li Quan's eyes were filled with shock. A few years ago, a similar heaven and earth phenomenon had appeared in Dripping Spring City. At that time, he was the closest to the heaven and earth energy. However, the difference between that heaven and earth phenomenon and this heaven and earth phenomenon was like heaven and earth. The divine lightning that descended at the end was about the same size as the lightning dragons in the sky. It was very obvious that these lightning dragons would eventually become one. Such terrifying energy. Could it be the legendary god's punishment? Yu Duanfei didn't know the reason, but when she saw Lord Devour smile in his bright eyes, she was delighted. She asked, "My lord, could it be caused by the pavilion?" Lord Devour looked as if he was hundreds of thousands of years younger. His joyful aura was overflowing. His face was covered in radiance, which made him look so beautiful. He waved at Xiao Hei and hugged Xiao Hei. Then he sat down and said with a smile, "Sit down. Wait. For a good show." A good show? Xiao Hei, Li Shuai Air, and Madame Nine were bewildered. They thought that Lord Devour was going to take action. They didn't expect that Lord Devour would just sit down. There was no sign that he was going to take action. Was he going to watch a good show? Whose show was he going to watch? Who was going to perform? Li Quan and Yu Duanfei shivered, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their breaths hastened, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. On the contrary, Yin Ling Air's eyes brightened. Her ample bosom began to shiver. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the left. The left. That was the direction of Soul Emperor Island. On Soul Emperor Island, the 8 venerables had already woken up. At this moment, they all stood up. Only the 8 of them knew that the center of the auspicious clouds was the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They were under a lot of pressure outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At this moment, the 8 of them had the urge to run away. "Don't move. It's not a god's punishment this time. You guys are fine. Continue to guard." 7 voices rang in the 7 venerables' ears. The 7 of them were shocked and looked at each other. All of them were moved. From the eyes of the others, besides the Star Sovereign who was in seclusion, all the sovereigns were alarmed. Even the hidden sovereigns had come out from the secret territory. They were watching this side quietly. The wind and clouds moved, and the world was shocked. Chapter 974. Inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yao Ji's body trembled incessantly. She was completely unaware of the chaos outside. It was very difficult for women of the bewitching race to reach a true climax. But this time, after 3 consecutive days of incessant stimulation, Yao Ji felt that her body and soul had reached the peak of excitement. Her skin was flushed pink and every cell in her body was trembling. I'm dead, I'm going to die." Yao Ji's plump buttocks writhed even more violently. Her entire body was like a snake, writhing. She was very tired. She also knew that the bewitching race could not allow their bodies to reach the peak of excitement because it would cause great harm to their bodies. But Yi Qinghan needed it. So she was ready to risk it all. With a loud moan, peach blossom nectar gushed out of Yao Ji's body and was completely absorbed by Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji's entire body trembled violently and all her muscles convulsed. She lay on Yi Qinghan's body like a dead fish, breathing in through her nose and mouth but not out. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. With a roar, he arched his body and violently spewed out. He hugged Yao Ji tightly, his eyes sparkling and his skin glowing with an indescribable luster. He did not comfort Yao Ji but gently placed her on the bed. Then, he picked up a nearby veil and covered her. He picked up the green robe on the bed and quickly put it on. He took out the dragon source saber and tied it behind his back. Then he gently kissed her forehead and said with a smile, "Have a good rest. Send me out." Yao Ji weakly opened her eyes and forced a smile. She said softly, "I'll wait for your return." Rumble. In the skies above Soul Emperor Island, the wild power of heaven and earth became even more violent. The 10 billion martial artists felt like they were small boats in a raging sea that could be destroyed at any moment. They would be blasted into nothingness. But no one dared to retreat or escape because they did not know if they could escape at this moment. Another reason was that Li Fei and the others did not move. Li Fei's head of green hair fluttered in the air, but his eyes flickered with a gloomy and indeterminate light. He had a very bad premonition in his heart, but the supremacies on Soul Emperor Island didn't move. He thought that this was a heaven and earth anomaly and not a divine punishment, because they hadn't done anything to provoke the divine punishment. Today was a very crucial day, but strange changes had occurred again and again. Lei Zhen's appearance was not a big deal. But now, a strange phenomenon had suddenly appeared, which made him very worried. There was even an inexplicable sense of fear. The other 30-odd venerables were also worried and afraid. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the stronger the premonition of danger. At this moment, the 30 over supremacies sensed a premonition of danger. This place was very dangerous. Run for your life. They didn't know where the danger came from. 10 billion star realm experts and dozens of venerables. How could there be danger? Could it be that a 9th grade war god would make a move? Buzz! Suddenly, a burst of light came from Soul Emperor Island, attracting everyone's attention. When a green figure appeared out of thin air above Soul Emperor Island, more than 30 supremacies narrowed their eyes. They knew where the danger came from. This danger came from the green-robed man on Soul Emperor Island, Yi Ching Han. This was a very absurd thing. Extremely absurd. Big Brother Yi. Little Han. Brother Yi. 4 loud shouts came from within the Thunder God's protection of the Star Army. Their voices were filled with surprise, grievance, worry, and fear. Yi Ching Han didn't answer them. He didn't even look at the black mass of people in front of him. He stood proudly in midair, his eyes closed. His green robe billowed in the wind, his black hair dancing wildly in the air. Even the dragon source saber on his back was trembling slightly, as if it was about to unsheath itself and kill all the enemies in front of him. Rumble! The 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky moved faster and faster. Countless thunder dragons began to interweave and merge, 2 becoming 1. The pressure on Soul Emperor Island became even more terrifying. Wild energy wreaked havoc in the sky and sea. Huge waves began to surge in the blood-red sea. Countless dragon boats began to sway left and right. Countless people began to tremble. The surging of the sky and the surroundings formed a sharp contrast with Yi Ching Han, who stood proudly in the sky with his eyes closed. This scene was extremely strange and awkward. Yi Ching Han, don't play tricks there. Hurry up and come out. We'll kill the 4 of them immediately. Li Fei roared angrily. There was a trace of panic and fear in his voice, though he didn't know why he was like this. But Yi Ching Han still didn't move. Kill the 4 of them now. Li Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't care less about the increasingly wild energy in the sky and the divine thunder that could fall at any moment. He felt that if he didn't act now, he would force Yi Ching Han to come out. Things would become worse and worse, completely out of his control. Shill! The moment Li Fei moved, the countless venerables also moved. They couldn't wait any longer. If they waited any longer, they felt that they would all die. Eternal space? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Haha. Suddenly, Yi Ching Han moved. He opened his eyes and laughed wildly towards the sky. His voice was incomparably insolent and incomparably elated. Unbridled. His eyes were filled with divine light at this moment, and his entire body was emitting a faint white light. His entire person became incomparably holy, like a god descending, undefeatable. Yi Ching Han's words caused Li Fei and the rest to be slightly startled. All of them turned their heads subconsciously. They frowned and stared at him, not understanding what he was saying. What was the use of saying this now? But in the next second, Yi Ching Han actually laughed loudly as if there was no one else around. He said leisurely, "Eternal space, it's not eternal space at all, but willpower. I didn't expect willpower to actually be a kind of spatial profound mystery. Willpower can not only be bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, but it can also be comprehended by martial artists through cultivation. Willpower originally uses the power of space and heaven and earth to suppress everything. It itself is a kind of profound mystery, so of course it can be fused." Haha, this young master actually comprehended the profound mystery of willpower. This young master actually possesses willpower. Haha. Yi Ching Han's words were somewhat inexplicable. They were very profound and mysterious, causing countless people to be confused. However, Yi Ching Han's last sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing them to feel dizzy. Kaboom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, as a real clap of thunder descended. Following the earth-shattering explosion, a 10-meter-thick, 1,000-meter-long bolt of godly thunder emerged from the colorful clouds. With a destructive pressure, it directly struck downwards. Its target was Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the sky. Yi Qinghan's body did not move. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he raised his hands, welcoming the descent of the godly thunder. An incomparably blinding light, like the explosion of a demonic sun, lit up on Yi Qinghan's body. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, everyone was blinded. That explosion earlier on had caused everyone to go deaf as well. At this moment, even their souls seemed to freeze. Everyone felt as if they had died and their souls began to slowly fly upwards. Lei Zhen's thunder god protection also quietly exploded at this moment. Countless dragon boats outside Soul Emperor Island, under the pressure of that array just now, were all turned to dust. Countless martial artists that were hiding were forced to reveal themselves. The dozens of supremacies that were flying in midair and attacking the thunder god protection were directly pressed into the sea. All the martial artists were pressed into the sea. The entire Soul Emperor Island trembled at this moment. The Soul Emperor Pavilion emitted a dazzling light. The restrictive barrier automatically activated to resist the aftermath of the heavenly might. After a moment, everyone's eyes recovered. They looked around at the wreckage of the dragon boats and the countless fallen Star Army soldiers. They looked at each other in dismay. Something's wrong. Where is Yi Qinghan? Li Fei blinked his eyes in confusion. He looked around and then exclaimed. His eyes were fixed on the sky above Soul Emperor Island. There was nothing there. Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Swish! 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 Countless eyes locked onto the sky above Soul Emperor Island at the same time. At the same time, their divine senses swept in all directions. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan's voice. Countless people had a doubt in their minds at the same time. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had been blasted into pieces? Or did he escape during the chaos? Buzz! Suddenly, the space above the Star Army trembled. Li Kong's expression changed. More than 30 supremacies looked up at the sky at the same time. The 10 billion Star Army also looked up subconsciously. However, in the next second, everyone's expression changed instantly. They became incomparably pale, without any color of blood. They became completely hopeless. The surrounding spatial power condensed in the air and finally turned into a giant face. This giant face looked like a person's face. Yi Qinghan's face. Chapter 975. With the appearance of this giant face, the entire space seemed to freeze. No one could move. Even dozens of supremacies couldn't move. Not even teleportation. The entire space seemed to be frozen at this moment, as if it had become eternal. Eternal space is not stopping time in a certain space to achieve the effect of eternity. It is freezing the power of space here. Forcefully imprisoning it, using the powerful power of space to suppress everything. Suppress all martial artists. With the power of space controlled, who can move? Who can resist? Without source, who can compete? With will, no one can resist. No wonder will is unstoppable. No matter how strong a person is, can they resist the power of heaven and earth? A faint voice resounded. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but also as if he was explaining the truth of heaven and earth. Although the 10 billion people below couldn't move their bodies, they could use their souls. When they heard Yi Qinghan's words, countless people were shocked. Because of Yi Qinghan, countless spatial powerhouses had gathered below. There were also many God-Emperor spatial powerhouses. Countless people had studied eternal space before. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's words were like a blow to their heads, and they instantly came to an understanding. The legendary mysteries of eternal space did exist. That spatial powerhouse from 10 million years ago was right. This problem that had plagued the divine world for 10 million years had finally been solved. But no one could have imagined that eternal space was actually will. Will could not only be bestowed by heaven and earth, but it could also be comprehended by people. If this news spread throughout the divine world, it could be imagined that the entire divine world would experience a strong earthquake. While the countless spatial powerhouses were shocked, they were also secretly overjoyed. If they did not die this time, they would try their best to comprehend eternal space. Once they succeeded, they would become invincible gods of war. The spatial law was not a useless law. It was not a supreme law, but a supreme law. A law that could create invincible gods of war. If it wasn't a supreme law, then what was? In truth, the entire Soul Emperor Island was experiencing an earthquake, a powerful earthquake. Yi Ching Han was a minor god monarch, a stray dog, someone they thought was dead for sure. He actually grasped will and became an invincible god of war? That was not important. What was important was that they and Yi Ching Han had formed an irreconcilable enmity. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Yi Ching Han. Lei Zhan was stunned silly. He looked at the face in the sky. That familiar face at this moment felt so strange. He knew that Yi Ching Han was very awesome. How could someone who could lead them out of Sealed God Valley not be awesome? But what he didn't expect was that Yi Ching Han was actually this awesome? Venomous Snake and Dragon were dumbfounded. At this moment, both of them felt like their minds were in a mess. They felt dizzy as if they had drunk the strongest alcohol in the world. Fireworks was drunk, looking at the face in the sky. She really wanted to laugh out loud. She really wanted to proudly tell everyone that was her man. Li Fei fainted. He looked at the sky in a daze, not daring to believe it. He started to feel endless fear, and he started to hate Li Tian. This enmity was a little too big, so big that the Li family might be destroyed because of it. Evil Moon was stunned. Countless venerables were stunned. They had pursued this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. A young boy, a descendant who was many generations younger than them, a little warrior who had cultivated for less than 100 years, had actually reached it. Lord Devour laughed. His laughter was rippling, arrogant, and joyful. Ever since the Soul Emperor died, he had never laughed like this. Xiao Hei's hair was still standing on end. His pair of spirited eyes were filled with pride. That expression, that raised head, it seemed to be telling everyone, "That's my boss. Lord Xiao Hei's boss." Dripping Spring River's Rain Duanfei was also frightened. "You can't play like this, right? Kid, if you play like this, how can we, the seniors, endure it in the future?" Li Shui, and Lord Jiu were silent. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb this dream. However, Yin Ling giggled. Her curvaceous body twisted and turned. Her exquisite face was filled with excitement. Her first man had actually become a monarch. Although she was raped, no, she didn't resist at all. "I had no conflict with the Star Sea. Peach Blossom and Sahan loved each other. Peach Blossom venerable, for your selfish desire, you forcefully separated them. I snatched them. This is my fault. I have no complaints if you want to kill me. But what wrong did the millions of people of the Flame Dragon City do? What wrong did the civilians of the Flame Dragon continent do? Their crimes shouldn't involve their families, and the civilians shouldn't be implicated. The experts of the Divine Realm are supreme. If you want to kill me, if you have the ability to kill me, I have nothing to say. If that's the case, I have the ability to kill you now. If I want to kill you now, you should have nothing to say." The ethereal voice continued, with boundless dominance and soaring anger, resounding in the ears of the billions of Star Army soldiers. It was like the decree of a monarch, undefiable and undefiable. "Uncle Lei Zhan, take fireworks and the others to the sea 10,000 meters to the left." The space fluctuated, and the pressure around Lei Zhan and the others suddenly disappeared. Lei Zhan was overjoyed. He quickly surrounded Fireworks and Viper War God with his origin power, and broke the ice chains on them. Then, he took the three of them and teleported. Strangely enough, after the four reached the sea 10,000 miles to the left, their figures suddenly disappeared. But it didn't seem like teleportation. Even divine senses couldn't detect them. The spatial energy in the air started to flow again. Yi Ching Han's huge face disappeared and was replaced by a huge palm that was 10,000 meters long. It brought with it a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth as it slammed down towards Li Fei and the dozens of venerables. "No! No, Yi Ching Han, you can't kill me. The Star Sovereign won't let you go." At the last moment, Li Fei actually burned his origin power in exchange for a roar. In the end, he could only hope to use the name of the Star Sovereign to scare Yi Ching Han. The Star Sovereign was the #1 in the Divine Realm. Even the South Mountain Sovereign was defeated by him in one move. He thought that Yi Qinghan might have some reservations. Boom. But what responded to him was a deafening sound. The giant palm smashed a bottomless pit in the sea. Around the palm, except for the huge waves, not a single drop of water flowed toward the pit in the middle. With the appearance of the pit, dozens of venerables and more than 1 billion Star Army soldiers disappeared. Strictly speaking, they were all smashed into powder, and not even their divinity crystals were left. One palm smashed more than 1 billion people to death. The waves soared into the sky and crashed down heavily. Apart from the roaring of the waves, there was only silence, a deathly silence. The giant face in the sky disappeared, and a figure in a green robe stood proudly in the sky. The space pressure was also lifted at this moment. But the remaining billions of people still felt that the pressure was still there, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Countless pale yellow liquid and cold sweat flowed down from the crotch of the martial artists and into the blood-red seawater. Other than the fishy smell of the seawater, the smell of the seawater was also accompanied by a faint smell of sex. It was too cruel. He was not a human. He was the devil sovereign of the 9 underworlds, the Devil King. These words appeared in the minds of countless martial artists at this moment. It was normal to kill people in the divine realm. Countless people died almost every moment. But it was the first time in the history of the divine realm that more than 1 billion people were killed with one palm. There were more than 30 venerables here. Venerables! Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out of the pit, which made countless people puzzled. There was actually someone alive? Lord! Yi in-law! Spare me! I hope you can spare my life for the sake of the peach blossom. I know I was wrong. I was blind. A martial artist with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. He knelt in midair and kept kowtowing. Peach blossom, if it wasn't for the sake of the peach blossom, would you still be alive? Yi Qinghan said coldly, not even looking at the peach blossom venerable. Looking at the Star Army outside the Soul Emperor Island, he said faintly, go back and tell Li Kong to stay on the Supreme Island. If he dares to come out, I will kill him. I will spare your lives for the sake of the Star Monarch. Get lost. Then, Yi Qinghan turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the sea where Lei Zhan disappeared. Lord Devour's small dragon boat had already opened the protective shield, but for some reason, the martial artists couldn't detect it. As soon as he entered the dragon boat, Yi Qinghan looked at Lord Devour and the joyful crowd. He smiled, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 976. The Star Army outside Soul Emperor Island scattered quickly. In just a few blinks of an eye, the densely packed crowd of people had disappeared. The dragon boats were destroyed. Many experts had them, but they didn't have time to take them out. They just ran away as fast as they could. No one cared about the direction. The most important thing was to leave this place first. Soul Emperor Island resumed its tranquility. Only the remains of the dragon boats were left floating on the sea. The crater created by the giant hand was swallowed by the seawater. However, the billions of people could only stay outside Soul Emperor Island forever, watching the tides rise and fall, the clouds gather and disperse, in the small dragon boat. When Yi Qinghan fainted, it scared a lot of people. Especially Xiao Hei and Fireworks, who were scared to death. Fireworks hugged Yi Qinghan hurriedly, not knowing what to do. Lei Zhan and Dripping Spring also used their divine senses to check. They were puzzled. How could such a fierce man faint just like that? Why are you panicking? Lord Devour said faintly. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, Little Han just consumed too much energy. He just needs to rest for a while. He has just broken through to the God the Arch Realm, and the heaven and earth divine thunder bestowed him the origin power. Then, he immediately used the will attack. His foundation isn't stable, and his soul has consumed too much energy. It's not bad that he could endure until now. Hearing Lord Devour, everybody exhaled in relief. Lei Zhan's and Venerable Li Quan's eyes lit up. Venerable Li Quan asked, Lord, that divine lightning just now bestowed origin energy? Yes. Lord Devour nodded. Looking at people's curious eyes, he pondered for a while and explained, the principle of heaven and earth bestowed Yi Qinghan the origin power twice. The first time was in Dripping Spring City. You should remember it. Dripping Spring City. I guess this time, the origin power bestowed will be more than the last time. After all, he has comprehended the profound mysteries of the principle of will. It's unprecedented. Little Han is the strangest genius in the history of the God realm. Li Quan also revealed an expression of, as expected. Actually, when Yi Qing Han killed Paragon Flying Snow, he had already suspected that Yi Qing Han possessed origin energy. This was because the room where the divine thunder struck was the place where Yi Qing Han and Lei Zhan lived. Lord Devour's words made their eyes brighten. The will was the thing that every venerable craved the most. Having it was the symbol of an invincible god of war. As Lord Devour said so, it meant that he had confirmed that the will could be comprehended. Duanfei asked anxiously, "Sir, can will really be comprehended?" "What do you mean?" Lord Devour glared at the three of them, then at Yi Qing Han, who was lying on the chair. The three of them instantly came to their senses and felt ashamed. Wasn't this a formidable person who had comprehended will? It was just that it was too inconceivable for the three of them to believe it. Lord Devour paused for a while, then continued, "However, I guess, except for little Han, no one in the divine world can comprehend the mysterious will, which is the eternal space." Lei Zhan was bewildered, asking in astonishment, "Why do you say that?" Lord Devour sneered and said, "The divine world has had so many geniuses for billions of years. Even the space venerable from 30 million years ago was a peerless genius. He became a god at 3, broke through to the god emperor realm at 20, and became a venerable in 100 years. What happened in the end? After millions of years of research, although he found the theory of the eternal space, didn't he die when his life ran out? Moreover, little Han dared to tell us this secret. He must know that besides him, no one else can comprehend this mysterious will." Everyone nodded in agreement. That was the logic behind it. Of course, they didn't know that the reason why Yi Qing Han could comprehend the eternal space was because his soul had mutated, and he had 2 souls. Because of this, Yi Qing Han concluded that no one could comprehend the eternal space. Auntie, is my big brother the invincible god of war now? Ha ha ha, the invincible god of war. Invincible in the world. Big brother is the big brother. Awesome. Xiao Hei was jumping around the table. She was so happy. Seeing that no one was talking, she hurried to interrupt. Invincible in the world? Humph. He's still 108,000 miles away. Listening to Xiao Hei, Lord Devour's smile disappeared, and he became serious. Everybody on the dragon boat put on a serious face, looking at Lord Devour. After a while, she turned to Yi Qing Han and said, "Yi Qing Han's competence is strange. Actually, he's a god emperor. Moreover, he has just entered the god emperor realm, but the origin energy in his body is more than the venerables who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, he's not a venerable because he can't teleport. His will, how do you describe it? He's a little stronger than a level 9 expert, but he's still a little weaker than the one with the lowest competence in the divine world, the one who has been living in seclusion. That's why his competence is strange. Of course, his comprehensive competence is at level 9. The lowest is level 9. Fireworks and the others didn't understand Lord Devour's words. Lei Zhan didn't know anything, and only dripping spring river and swirling rain looked pensive. Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing that everybody was confused, he explained, "Remember, a level 9 expert isn't really invincible. It's just that there aren't many level 9 experts. Compared to other warriors, they're invincible. Just like the God realm and the mortal realm, the God realm is invincible. Even if Yi Qing Han is a level 9 expert, as long as his divine crystal and soul are destroyed, he will die. Of course, it's the same for me. Venerables are divided into 3 levels: low, low, and peak. Similarly, level 9 experts are divided into different levels. A level 9 expert can kill a level 9 expert. Even a venerable can kill a level 9 expert with a sneak attack. Of course, it's extremely difficult. There's no such thing as invincible in this world. A level 9 expert has mastered the will, which is to say, a part of the power of space and heaven and earth. The amount of origin energy a venerable has mastered determines their strength. As for level 9, it depends on the amount of space power you have mastered. For example, a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a prefecture or a level 9 expert who has mastered the space power of a whole continent can crush you into powder with just a lift of his hand. Oh, so that's how it is. Everybody nodded as if they understood something. If Lord Devour didn't tell them, they would have never known this in their entire lives. Venerable Li Quan and the other two felt as if an even bigger door had been opened for them. Whether they could step in or not would depend on their own luck. Li Quan saw that Lord Devour was so patient to explain to them. He hesitated for a while before asking again, "Lord, is there a higher realm above level 9? "Yes," Lord Devour said faintly. Then he kept silent. They were satisfied that he could give them a definite answer. Indeed, it was useless to know their realm now. Not to mention the Viper War Gods group. Even Li Quan was the same. Lord Devour suddenly took out a messaging jade talisman to send a message. Then, he opened the protective cover of the small dragon boat. At the same time, he stood up as if he wanted to welcome someone. Everybody was stern. Who could make Lord Devour stand up to welcome him? Not long afterward the space fluctuated. A white figure appeared in the sky, glancing at the unconscious Yi Ching Han. Then, he turned to Lord Devour and smiled faintly. "Diao Wu, long time no see. Yao Ji, thank you for your hard work these years." Lord Devour beamed a smile one more time. Then, he introduced her to the others. "This is one of the Yao dancing concubines, the Soul Emperor's subordinates, Yao Ji." "Greetings, Lord Devour." Everyone was stunned. Yao Ji's body was wrapped tightly in a thin veil, but her beautiful face and elegant temperament, as well as the seductive aura that emanated from her bones, not only did it cause Lei Zhen, Viper and the other men's hearts to race, it also caused Li Shui, Yinlinger and Fireflower to feel ashamed. At the very least, Yao Ji's seductive womanly aura was something that they couldn't compare with. On the other hand, Yinlinger's eyes glowed once more. She was like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey, and her pupils turned green.